Hi everyone, welcome to Sunflower Philosophy Tarot. My name is Juliana, and today's reading is all about the blessings that a relationship in your life is bringing to you. It could be any relationship. I did mostly focus on romantic or platonic, like romantic or friendship, but it could be anything, so just use your discernment to decide what relationship this is about in your life. I do also mention it could be a past, present, or future relationship. Again, use your own discernment. I mostly speak in present tense in the groups, but you can just, apply it as it resonates to your own life. And I also did this in a format where I start with an energy check because I find that that's a really not only good way for you to get an idea of if this is your group or not, but also it's kind of fun for me. I like to just see the energies of two different people in a relationship, and then also the energy of the relationship itself. It's really fun to tap into. So that is what you can use to decide if a group is for you. So the idea is that it will be there will be like a person A and a person B, and then the energy of the relationship in the middle, and you can use the energies that I describe and the situations or vibes that I describe of each person to determine if it sounds like one of them is you and one of them is a person that you know. And that can just be an additional help in deciding if a group is for you. And then I will get into the blessings that the relationship is bringing you, because I just always think it's fun to examine how the relationships in our lives, whatever kind that they are, help us to grow and bring us really wonderful things, especially when we take the time to just appreciate them and really look at them from an objective space. So that's my goal with this reading today. I hope that you have a little bit of fun and you get some wisdom out of it. And without further ado, let me introduce our groups. So we have 4 groups today. Group number 1 is over here with this clear quartz crystal, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. That's what it looks like. Group number 2, we have the seashell, which I picked up when I was in Ireland. Group number 3, we have this D20, this die, and it's on the number 19, which I did roll for you guys before your reading. And then for group 4, we have this. I'm not sure if it's a crystal specifically. I think it actually is, but I'm not sure what it is. But it's a pretty kind of roughly hewn rock. And those are our groups. So feel free to go to the timestamps in the description or the pinned comment to select your group. And I will see you over in your reading. Hi, group 1. If you selected this, I believe, clear quartz crystal, then you're in the right place, and this is your reading. And as I mentioned in the intro, I'm sure, I have set this reading up to be about whatever blessings this relationship is bringing to you. And by this relationship, I mean any relationship that you want. I set my intention primarily to focus on friendship and or romantic relationship. But it could really be anything that resonates. And it could be something that you've already been thinking of, a person you've already been thinking about, or it could be something from the past, something from the future that maybe you haven't experienced yet. Whatever resonates for you. Obviously, you'll know, and you can just take that for what it is. But I have intended for this reading to start out with an energy check, as you might have seen in other tarot readers' readings. I feel like this will be a useful way for you to actually hone in on what relationship this is talking about, so you'll know if it sounds like you, and you'll also know if it sounds like someone that you know. So I'm going to do the person A, person B kind of format, with person A over here and person B over here. And I have intended for person A to be the viewer, but of course, if it's flip-flopped, you can just take that as it resonates. And I will, once I've completed the energy check portion, I will move on to the tarot and we'll get into the blessings of this relationship. But yeah, for now, just sit back and relax and listen and see if either party sounds like you and if this sounds like a relationship that you're familiar with. Like I said, if it's someone you haven't met yet, you can also take that as well. But yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. So I'm really excited for this one because I kind of like this format, and I want to experiment with it. So I'm gonna you guys are the first ones I'm doing kind of quite like this. I'm gonna just make sure that I have everything in frame. Okay. Yeah. So like I said, this is gonna be person A. This is gonna be person B. I also do have some center energy for you guys as well to check on the energy between you guys, the connection, everything. So to get started, for person A, I have your tarot card, which is Temperance. I have an angel card, which is Surrender. And I have a character card that I just made for you guys. And you have Ella from Ella Enchanted by Gail Carson Levine. I'm most familiar with the book, although I am familiar with the film. So you can take whatever resonates. I will mostly be going off the book version of Ella. And let's see. I don't have a lot of room here. That's the only problem with doing this kind of format, especially with these large cards. But I'm going to cover up the affirmation over here. So it says, I surrender to the flow of life. Just remember that. Okay, so that's person A. Like I said, could be your energy, but, you know, if it's flip-flopped, that's fine. And then for person B, we have the 9 of Cups for your tarot card. We have Archangel Chamuel, and the affirmation says, my heart is filled with the flame of love. And then we have Benedict Bridgerton from the TV show. I have not personally read the books, but of course, any associations, as always, with any cards that you have that I might not have, you can always take those as confirmations, as messages, whatever. But yeah, so we have Benedict for this person's card. And we're a little bit off center here, so. I'm also in a new area, like I had to move my setup, so it just might take some time for me to figure out the best way to do this. So be patient, please. All right. Okay. So, oof, and it is hot today, guys. Oh my God. All right. And then we also have the middle energy. Actually, you know what? We're going to talk about... Let's talk about each individual energy before we get into the middle energy. But, all right. So, let's start with person A. So, for person A, over here with this Temperance card, and I surrender. So, I feel... I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Person A is definitely someone who is surrendering to the flow of life. I mean, we have the affirmation under here, I surrender to the flow of life, with the Temperance card that has all this water on it, right? Now, of course, like, we have this tiger on the Temperance card here who looks like they could be fighting the current a little bit, but I also see this as someone who might have been in or might have been accustomed to being in rough waters and yet also has been able to successfully navigate them and or to adjust themselves and adapt to the situations that they find themselves in. Temperance is all about like balance, being able to adapt, being able to have moderation in, taking action versus really stepping back and letting the universe help you. And I feel like with surrender here, that's something that you guys have either been really focused on or have been really successful at doing. Now, we do have Ella from Ella Enchanted as well. And so I don't know if you're familiar with the story of Ella Enchanted, but if you're not, to give you a quick little synopsis, it's basically a retelling of the story of Cinderella with Ella, who is actually a character who has been blessed, or some would say cursed, from birth to be obedient. Which, in her case, in this realm of like fairy tale, there are fairy godmothers who actually can give children blessings. But her fairy godmother is a little bit out there and a little bit oblivious. So her blessing is obedience, which actually means that Ella has to obey any direct command given to her. So for her whole life, she is completely at the mercy of other people. And thanks to her mother, who later passes away as Ella reaches the age of 15, I believe, her mother has had the foresight to keep this a secret, and to tell Ella to keep this a secret from other people so that it doesn't get out there and people don't know that they can take advantage of her in this way. But still, throughout her story, people do find that Ella is unusually willing to fulfill their direct requests. So she does find herself at the mercy of those around her who, if unwittingly, do end up commanding her to do things. In some cases with the best of intention, and in many cases without the best of intention. So if that resonates with you, or like I said, with another person you know, you may have been someone throughout your life who has found yourself either feeling like you've been taken advantage of by other people, or feeling that way, like you might have been, or you might have felt that way, even in situations where maybe that wasn't the intention, because perhaps you had the tendency to listen to other people's requests, to go along with what other people wanted of you. Perhaps, like we hear it all the time now, but like people-pleasing tendencies. Perhaps you're someone who has had that be a major, I don't want to say like roadblock, but like a major, lesson for you to learn, or something that you've had to overcome throughout your life. And maybe much like Ella, actually, and like working with this temperance card and the surrender card, it's almost like, I feel like you've come to a place, or you are approaching a place of peace with surrendering to the universe and not feeling like you're in the midst of a power struggle, right? Because I think for a lot of you, power struggle might have been part of your life for a long time, where you felt like either you were under like other people's control, or you were fighting for your own sense of control over your life. Maybe even a struggle with perhaps your conception of what the universe is like. Maybe at times, depending on your religious or spiritual background, you even had a relationship with the universe where you felt like, you are trying to follow a set of doctrines, or trying to be really strict with yourself, or at other times you're trying to escape feeling like you're being controlled. And maybe that's been your relationship not only with other people or with yourself, but with the universe at large as well. And much like Ella, throughout your story, you've had to find your way into your own personal power and learn how power is, how true power within the self is not about control or controlling situations or people around you, or gaining control, but rather there is so much power in releasing control. It's almost like you have more power once you release power, if that makes sense, right? And so I feel like for those of you who resonate with person A over here, that's what you're really coming into. And perhaps in the context of this relationship, whatever this is, that has been part of your lesson that you've learned, or part of maybe the blessing that this has brought you. Again, we'll get more into that. We'll get more into the relationship and who this person is and where they're at. But it feels like maybe this is something that has helped you either come into this relationship, or that you've been learning through this relationship, or will learn, is the ability to further surrender, to let go, to find your own sovereignty, and really become your own person. And to do so from a place that is, it's the balance, right, between like, so for Ella, for much of her life, because she has no choice but to obey others' commands, she finds creative ways to mess with their commands. So she will, if someone gives her a command to do something, she'll find a way to twist her response to it. So she still follows through on the command, but it's not exactly what they wanted or the way that they wanted her to do it. So she'll find loopholes. She'll be especially obstinate. It's almost like, it's funny because like as much as the godmother's curse like actually does make her obedient in the sense that it forces her to physically obey a command, it makes her mentally quite a bit of a rebel, right? So she's spending a lot of time fighting against pushing back and fighting for her sovereignty. And by the end, it takes her really standing up for herself, finding the inner reserves of her power to say no to something because of what she feels in her heart is the right choice. Actually, she has to go against something that she really wants because she knows that if she gets it with the curse that she's under, she would be more of a danger to the people that she loves than a help. And so even though she really wants a certain thing, by the end of the story, she has to refuse it, even though she's being ordered to accept it and go against that. And when she does, paradoxically, it helps her break the curse and regain her own power. And she comes to a place of not needing to fight against other people's orders because she no longer has to obey them. She is free to obey her own will and do as she pleases without needing to fight against anything in order to feel free. So I think for a lot of you, that's what you're coming into or have learned or are learning right now, and has been a primary factor in your life so far, is like learning this lesson of surrender, of balance, of obeying your own heart and your own will and really listening to what you truly want and connecting with that part of yourself in a way that has brought you to more peace within yourself, or is bringing you to more peace within yourself. And at the very least, this is something that you're aware of and have been working towards if you don't feel like you've fully embraced this part of your journey yet. Now, let's look at person B over here. So it's interesting. I feel like person B, we have the 9 of Cups. Person B is definitely having a good time right now. I would say feeling satisfied within their self. It's almost similar, kind of, in a way, but yet different. It's possible that person B has always been more of an independent person. I get the sense that independence is something that person A, or you, have really been striving for, whereas person B is someone who possibly has felt that way for a long time, or maybe has always been that way, or maybe like you, they have just reached a place of personal satisfaction within themselves. Whatever it is, there's also a lot of balance here. And with the 9 of Cups, there is an internal satisfaction, right? There's like a feeling like they've got a lot to give, but it's like, it's all within themselves, right? It's like emotional satisfaction. So it may or may not correspond with aspects of their physical life and their physical realm, but the most important thing is that internally they are at a place of feeling satisfied with themselves. Now, with Archangel Chamuel and Benedict Bridgerton here, well, first of all, Archangel Chamuel, the affirmation is, my heart is filled with the flame of love. So I feel like they feel like their cups are full. Like perhaps they've even got a lot of love to give. And so for a lot of you, this could be someone who's a love interest. And you could already, of course, be in a relationship with them. But if you're not, for a lot of you, this might actually be someone who is looking for a partner. And you may know this already, you may not. But it's like they feel like they've got a lot of emotional stability and are looking for someone to give that to. In some cases, though, because, see, here's the thing, right? We have this 9 of Cups with personal satisfaction, and we have Benedict Bridgerton, and I'm going based on the show, because that's what I've seen. I have not read his books, but Benedict on the show, as we know, obviously Bridgerton, if you are not familiar, it's like a period drama. It's a romance. And each of the Bridgerton siblings gets a season of the show to explore their own romantic life and settle down with their romantic partner. And there's also other romantic pairings throughout the show. So Benedict is the second born of the Bridgertons and the second son of the family. And this is set in like the early 1800s. So, and in England. So in wealthy families like the Bridgertons are, the eldest child typically is the one who inherits the titles and must marry and carry on the family legacy. And then the other sons are like a little bit freer to kind of do what they want. But of course, as the show is a romance, the idea is that all of the children will at some point eventually all find their match and get married. So Benedict, at the point that we have him in the show, is still awaiting his season. But at this time of recording, his season has not come out yet, but it is likely going to be the next one, or if not the next one, the one after that. They could go rogue and do something completely different with his story or whatever, I guess, but that's where we've kind of left him off, where we feel like his story is going to be happening soon. However, at the time that we've left him, he is a character who is enjoying his freedoms, as a second son who does not need to carry on the family legacy yet. So he's definitely having some fun. He's, having lots of different relationships with lots of different kinds of people. He's enjoying himself, and he's not ready to settle down yet. And in fact, specifically last season, he said that he was not ready to be in any kind of committed attachment. And he also, I think a lot of this is because there's something about traditional relationships that doesn't really vibe with him. He's not really down with society events and the expectations that are placed on him. He's happy exploring relationships that are outside of the norm. It's indicated in the last season that he's also potentially bisexual. So maybe for some of you, like this person or you or both could be in the LGBT community, something like that. But also, there's just the general air that Benedict is looking for something different. He just, wants to be a little bit outside of society. He's a more artistic type. He has more interest in interacting with the artisans of of London rather than interacting with high society, although he can do both. And so this person might also find themselves enjoying their single life at the moment. So they might have a lot to give, and they might be someone who's enjoying that within themselves, whether that means that they're like Benedict, having their share of fun out there, or if it means just with themselves, they're just enjoying being by themselves. But with that Archangel Chamuel card, I do feel like they are someone who does have a lot to give and a lot to offer, and perhaps are coming to a place where they're interested in doing so. But maybe they are someone who has a strong sense of independence and perhaps doesn't vibe with a lot of the traditional expectations that society has for relationships. Maybe this isn't a romantic relationship for some of you, but I do feel like it could be for others. Regardless, though, I will say Benedict as a character is definitely he's a bit of a jokester. He's a little funny. He doesn't take himself too seriously, but he also has his share of insecurities. He was interested in art and creativity, but he kind of shut that down for himself when he lost confidence in himself at a certain point. And so that could also be a factor for this person as well. They might be someone who, even if it's not like they have a lot of love to give in the sense that they're looking for a relationship, maybe they're not. Maybe they're more independent at the moment, but maybe there's a creative opportunity here, right? Like maybe they've got a lot to offer creatively. Could also be both, but maybe they've got a lot to offer creatively and they've kind of, for a lot of you, it could be that they've shut off some aspect of their interest in relationships and or some kind of creative endeavor that maybe they lost confidence in, and that's something that they actually don't realize maybe they have a lot to offer in that area, but they kind of cut themselves off from it. And some of them, they might actually just be opening up now to the possibility of restarting their passion, or re-entering into some kind of relationship or something like that. And that could be a relationship with you. Or if you're already in a relationship with them, it could be something about opening up to taking the relationship further, or opening up to a new endeavor, either with you or in their individual creative life. So yeah, there's definitely something here though about someone who's satisfied with what they have, but also in that satisfaction, whether they realize it or not, are ready for more. And they might not even be cognizant fully of the fact that they're looking for more, although some of them probably are. So yeah, but it's very interesting. I'm going to get into the energy of the connection itself between you guys. So we have the tarot card, the Five of Pentacles reversed. And then we have this Hafiz card, which is number 12, Seek Counsel. So I don't know if this is, I really can't tell if it's fully in frame. Oh, it's so frustrating. Okay. Move that back. Oh my gosh. I'm going to get a better setup one day, but for now, let's see. Hopefully that's good enough. All right. Okay. So, with the Five of Pentacles reversed and Seek Counsel, for those of you who are in a relationship with this person, you could be thinking about seeking counsel, either for maybe both of you are very literally, for some of you this is maybe about seeking relationship counseling of some kind. That's a very specific situation. If that's not the case, then it might not be so literal. But with the Five of Pentacles reverse, that there's something there about changing perspective around, it could be finances, but since this is the energy of the connection, it's almost like perhaps it's seeing an opportunity that wasn't there before, or that you didn't see before. So it could be for both of you. You're both seeing an opportunity with each other that you weren't aware was there before, or you didn't think was a possibility before. So easiest example, if this is someone that you've known for a while and you're friends, and you didn't, it was just like a friendship and whatnot, and maybe one of you, maybe you've thought about a romantic interest in this person before, but never really pursued it, or never really thought it was an opportunity. Maybe for both of you, something has shifted lately where you're actually starting to see that possibility. And in this case, the Seek Counsel is about perhaps the two of you not wondering what to do with this opportunity, not knowing how to move forward, and feeling like you need some kind of instruction or assistance in figuring out what next steps are, how to move forward. It could be if this is someone you're in a romantic relationship, obviously trying to figure out how to move to the next step, maybe literally move somewhere and you need assistance with that, you're looking for help with that. It could be if you're, this is a friendship or someone that someone even in a work relationship, it could be an opportunity to partner with them in some way on some kind of business or creative endeavor. And so it feels like whatever it is, there's something that you two are looking to do together, where you've both recently come into awareness of this new opportunity that you didn't see, but maybe it was always there. I think the Five of Pentacles to me is often about on the original Rider-Waite-Smith deck, you see two people who are, they look a little bit beaten down. They're out in the snow. One of them is injured, and they don't appear to have any money. And then there's a church window that they're walking in front of that has these Five Pentacles in them. And so it's kind of the idea like there's this shelter right behind them or right in front of them. They might not see it. They might not be aware of the help that's available to them. And so with the Five of Pentacles reversed here, I feel like it's like unveiling the possibility, but still not knowing how to approach it, right? So like either you are becoming aware of, or maybe you're still unaware of, but you're becoming aware of this opportunity, this possibility, but you're just not sure how to move forward with it yet. And that's where this seek counsel energy is coming in, where you're feeling like you need to, both of you in some way need to go outside of yourself, your inner knowing. Like you don't feel like you have the knowledge within you to move forward here. Seek counsel could also be like, you could be seeking counsel with one another. Like you need to be talking this over, right? For some of you, maybe that's something that you are working on. You're actively talking with this person about moving forward on whatever this opportunity is, and you're just not fully sure yet how you're going to do it. For others of you, you might not have spoken about it yet, and you might actually being encouraged to speak about this directly. So, if that sounds like you and or a person you know and a relationship you want to know about, then I feel like we can get into the tarot. I just want to look here and see if there's anything else though. I think we'll get more with the tarot. So now, do I want to do this by clearing away these cards, or is it better if I just place the tarot cards over your cards? Oh man, I wish I had more space, guys. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's do it this way. I'm gonna condense these so that you can still, yeah. But I don't want it to get too busy. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's put you here. Okay. Okay. Let's try that. Let's see how that goes. All right. So now we're going to get into what blessings this relationship is bringing to you. And I already mentioned a couple that are possibilities. So for you, especially if you resonate with person A renewed sense of personal sovereignty and the ability to balance surrendering to the universe with, taking your own actions, but of course doing so from an empowered place, right? Not feeling like you're at the mercy of external forces, but rather feeling like you are empowered to move with them, right? And not feeling like you have to really control other people or circumstances, because you just know and are at peace with yourself and with the currents of the universe. And with your own intuition, which goes along with that. And it could also be, especially if you're resonating more with person B, it could be as well the opportunity to explore the realm of, in some way, opening yourself up to interdependence, right? Into a relationship with another person, in some way, whether it's a creative relationship, a romantic relationship, a deeper friendship, a work relationship, something like that. Like opening yourself up to collaboration, like taking yourself to the next level. You've got your internal satisfaction settled. You feel, like you're good with who you are, but maybe it's time to move on to the next level. Maybe it's time to introduce someone else into the picture in a deeper way and explore a deeper kind of relating. And perhaps, and through that, of course, getting more in touch with yourself, with your creative side, your unconditional love, your ability to work with other people, to maintain yourself and your sense of satisfaction while also being in relationship with others. And as well, there's obviously some kind of opportunity here. And while you might not see your way forward to taking that opportunity at the moment, there's certainly a lot of blessings for you within exploring that opportunity. So with that, let's get the tarot going and see if we can get some more information. So, okay. We've got a card already. Okay. So we have the Devil, we have the King of Wands, which in this deck is the King of Strength. We have the Ace of Cups. And I don't actually often take this deck reversed, so I'm going to put that upright, but we'll see if I want to at any point. And then, let's see, we got two more. We have the King of Cups and Death. And you know what? I'm going to leave Death and the Devil reversed because they both flipped out that way on the ends. And that feels significant to me. Okay, so let's see. So, blessings that you are gaining from this relationship. Well, with the Devil reversed, there's definitely a sense of freedom here. Freedom from the devil. Freedom from patterns, obviously. Freedom from old ways of being, of seeing yourself that are not serving you. Freedom from possibly from old ways of relating to other people as well. Because I was kind of picking up with both of you that you have each in your own way perhaps had difficulties in relating to other people, where maybe for both of you in one way or another you felt like you had to give up some of your own personal sovereignty or satisfaction or emotional well-being for for other people, or you felt controlled by other people. With person A, that was coming through more directly as like feeling controlled by others, whereas for person B, it was coming up a bit more indirectly, where it's like, okay, they're satisfied in themselves, but they might also be indirectly or unknowingly even cutting themselves off from relating on a deeper level to other people. And that could come from some past difficulties with being in relationships with people in whatever form those have taken. And so I feel like with the Devil reversed here, this is something that you both have the opportunity to benefit from. But of course, I'm focusing on blessings that you're receiving, so I'm focusing on, whatever person that you resonate with in this connection. However, I think in a lot of cases, especially in really mutually beneficial relationships, both people get something out of it, although it might not always look like the same thing. But in this case, yeah, definitely breaking free from old patterns, definitely exploring a new way of relating to yourself and others that is different than it was before and helps you break free. Like Ella, at the end of Ella Enchanted, she breaks free from her curse, from the depths of her own personal power. She finds her own sovereignty and connects with that. And it's not about going outside of herself. It's about finding her inner strength. And with the King of Strength here, look, that's the King of Wands. So wands are a very spiritual suit, and the King of Wands can be a very outgoing and charismatic leader. So it could be about also exploring the more outgoing and sociable part of yourself as well. That's a blessing for you. But also the King of Strength, it's like, if we take that literally, it's you becoming king of your own sense of strength, like really finding your own inner strength, through relating with this person, whether you're finding it in relation to them where you're finding that you're able to you find it easy to stand up for yourself in this relationship, to speak up when you have to say no when you want to say no, and say yes when you want to say yes, and feel really secure, or learn to feel really secure in this relationship, in the sense that you know that they're not going to take advantage of you, or at least you are more willing to open up and trust. And a lot of this could be because you've already built up that sense of inner strength, so you know that you have a lot of trust in yourself, that no matter what happens, you will be able to take care of yourself, and you will be able to recognize when you need to say no to something, stand up for yourself, or what have you. And also, let yourself relax a little bit, lean into the relationship, trust the other person, and open up to letting someone in a way that is not going to result in some kind of power struggle, to be able to open up to a more equitable type of relationship, which may have been a struggle for you in the past. With the Ace of Cups here, it did come out in reverse at first, but I feel like Ace of Cups is inherently in itself a blessing from the universe. So I feel like the fact that it came out reversed, you might not actually see this right away. There could be some blessings in disguise here, right? And that doesn't mean that, like, you could hear that and think, okay, so something bad is going to happen, and then after the fact, I'm going to realize why it was actually a good thing, but it's going to suck first. And here's the thing, is that sometimes that does happen in life, but that's just life, and oftentimes things that are, I don't get the sense that this is like a big thing, you know what I mean? That there's like a big issue or a huge life-changing, like, event here that is terrible, but then you learn to see the blessing from it. To me, that's more like the Tower card, and I don't think that even has to be bad either, but it's kind of more like you might not see this relationship or aspects of this relationship as fruitful or beneficial from the jump. You might have to go through some cycles with this person, or with whatever project or thing that you're pursuing together, and be patient before you fully see how it's going to, before you fully see the full potential of it, really, I think, and the beauty of it, because I feel like the Ace of Cups is a very beautiful energy, and there's a lot of love there. In fact, unconditional love. We did have Archangel Chamuel with person B over here, so I do feel like this person, whoever they are, has a lot of love to give. It might take some time for you to see that side of them, or to get to that part of them, and it might take some time for you to open up to that kind of experience. And I feel like where you might not see this blessing right away is because you might have some defenses that you've built up, and it might take some time for you to process and work through your own internal, maybe, defenses that come up as you move forward and progress in a way that you haven't before. So, like, for example, if you have felt like you've been in controlling relationships before, or been controlled by other people in your life before, and you are coming into a place of greater peace with yourself, then opening up to a new relationship might feel scary or even possibly unnecessary, because you found more peace with yourself, but how can you have that with other people? You might be afraid to trust that you are capable of having a relationship that doesn't feel like a power struggle, that feels equal and worthwhile, right? And so the thing is, obviously, you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. So if there's an opportunity here that is being offered to you, and you're like, I just don't really want to pursue it, like, that's totally up to you. This isn't about what you should or shouldn't do. But I am seeing here in this reading that there's the opportunity to move forward and create something beautiful here that might take some time for you to work through some of the maybe old demons that might arise again once you pursue this relationship or this project or what have you. And it might take some time for you to see the true blessing of it, to see it as a blessing, right? Because it might threaten some of your old wounds. And the thing is here, that can look scary at first and can also feel like it might not be worth it at times, because it might, you might not expect to feel so strongly when like you approach certain conflicts in the relationship, for example, right? It's like, okay, how do I navigate this without it feeling like my old relationships, without it feeling like I'm at the behest of this person, like I'm under their power, or like I have to now step up and take power over them, right? Like, how do I navigate that? How do I find the balance with another person? And it's saying that if you want to and you're willing and you do step forward and pursue this opportunity, you have the chance of actually seeing and understanding how relationships can be, or whatever project you're working on, whatever it is, like you can, if you work through that, if you are willing to step up and take that on, then you'll actually be able to cross potentially some barriers that you thought you might never overcome. And with this Ace of Cups here next to this King of Cups, that's emotional mastery, right? That's you feeling like you are the king of your own emotions. Not in that you suppress them or control them or bottle them up, but that you allow them and you understand them and you don't reject them or run from them anymore. And you're the master of them in that they don't control you. And through this relationship, that might be the best way for you to, or not the best way. there's always going to be opportunities, but that might be one way that the universe is offering you the opportunity to really master your emotions, is to take a chance to allow yourself to work through any of the resistances that you might have to whatever opportunity is available to you with this person, and see on the other side of it how you can conquer those. You're capable of overcoming that, of really reaching a new level of mastery within yourself. I do feel like for both of you, whichever person you are in this relationship, there's an element of self-mastery that has occurred within your journeys. And it's kind of like taking a step together is going to be like your next level up, right? So it's like if you're both willing to work together, then you have the chance to essentially discover, first of all, how far that you have come in your own self journey, and then also to take that to the next level and address any fears or anything that's holding you back from what you truly want. And I do feel in this case, for a lot of you, whatever opportunity has arisen here is something that you truly want, whether it's a business opportunity or a relationship, or like taking the next step in a relationship or a creative project. There's something here where it's asking you to possibly face some of your fears, but on the other side of that is a new version of you that is able to relate with people in a different way, in a way that keeps you free and keeps the people that you're in relationship with free as well. And with this Death card in reverse here, I do feel like for some of you, there's been resistance to transformation in your life, possibly on both sides here, a resistance to change that you are also being given the opportunity to process and to overcome and to move with. So I do feel like for some of you, allowing a transformation to take place in this relationship in some way, shape, or form is going to be a good exercise for you in allowing transformation to occur at various stages of your life, and to help you further recognize that the more that you go through these cycles of death and rebirth, the more that you become accustomed to dealing with change, to flowing with change, and the easier it becomes, right? Like, it's not always, like, some of you might have gone through some really difficult cycles previously, and it's saying that, look, anything that's new might feel threatening and scary to your body, right? Because your body wants to keep you safe, and in one of those ways that it does that, it uses its past experiences in order to try to protect you from the future. And that can lead to projecting past events into the future and into your present where they don't need to be. And so your body's just trying to protect you, right? But as you continually show it that you can go through change, that things can change in your life and shift around you, and you are still okay, you still make it through, you have ways of addressing and dealing with change, you get more comfortable with change, the more that it's going to stop seeing change as a threat and allow you to move more peacefully through it. And so I think that's also a big opportunity here, is any resistance that you have to a big life change. Well, this is an opportunity for you to have someone who might understand that struggle, but also is going to be willing to walk through that change with you and come out the other side of it stronger. And so I do feel like it's the kind of thing where you don't have to make this kind of journey with another person, and you don't have to do this through relationship, but this is an opportunity for you that's being presented for a reason. For a lot of you, this is something that will benefit you, and that you want to either be able to collaborate with people creatively or collaborate romantically, right, in your life. And this is an opportunity for you to face that with someone else who possibly also has a similar experience and similar feelings or fears. And so it's kind of like, you might not, with the seek counsel between you, you might be able to counsel each other through this change, right? Work with each other, speak honestly with each other. But it's also the kind of thing where you, like I said, if you're considering counseling, like third-party counseling or counseling for yourself, or the other person's considering going to some kind of counseling, whatever it is, or perhaps you want to work closer with like spiritual counseling, like even just, your guides, angels, whatever, that's also open to you through moving through this relationship. Like you're able to, you can ask for help from those around you, from each other, from your guides, whatever. So I feel like there's a lot of potential here that you might not see. Like with the Five of Pentacles there, it's like an opportunity that you weren't necessarily seeing, and not necessarily because it wasn't ever there, but maybe because you had a lot of mental and emotional blockages that prevented you from seeing it. And it's becoming more visible now to you, and there might just still be some hesitation or fear because I do feel like in this situation, whoever the two of you are to each other, you're both accustomed to being very independent in one way or another, or you've really grown your own personal independence, and you've learned to stand on your own 2 feet in one way or another and become your own person. And so opening up to letting another person into that can feel a little bit scary, right? Because it's like, you've got your own thing going here. What if I bring someone else in and it gets messed up? And I feel like for a lot of you, you both feel this way, and you could both relate to that. And really just being honest about that and having a conversation, for a lot of you might help you feel a little bit safer, and also understand each other better, because you might not be aware of the other person's feelings. So if you express yours truthfully, the other person may also open up to you, and you can both work together in order to overcome some of the challenges that you might have in connecting with each other, in moving forward with this opportunity. So yeah, I think that's what we've got for your tarot. So I'm gonna get just a couple of my other angel cards here for advice for you guys. Any last guidance. So any further guidance about this relationship, about how this group can open up to the blessings here and receive them. Okay, and all right, let's take those. Okay, so we have Mystique. Keep charging ahead and don't take no for an answer. Expect miraculous solutions to appear. Okay, cool. We have Daniel with I am the angel of marriage and I am assisting you right now. All right. So for some of you, this might be quite literal. Like you might be considering marriage, and maybe that's where some of the fears of like commitment seem to be coming in, because I don't want to say like commitment because I didn't want it to be like just about, well, commitment can be really to anything. You can commit to a project with another person, and be scared to commit to that, right? But yeah, there's like something here about learning to commit to another person in some way, shape, or form, but in a way that doesn't feel like it puts you at someone else's mercy or creates an opportunity for you to be taken advantage of, or for you to take advantage of someone else, right? In any kind of way. And yeah, so I am the angel of marriage, and I'm assisting you right now. Like, definitely, for those of you here, whether this is a literal marriage or not, you've got assistance in helping you come together with another person in some way. And we've also got Caressa with, you are at the end of a cycle in your life. Call upon your angels to comfort you and to guide you to your next step. Happiness awaits you now. Yes, okay, so this is like everything I just said. With the death card in reverse here, I feel like there is a cycle that's coming to an end, and there is some resistance here in terms of embracing yet another new rebirth, right? Like a new beginning for you. Like, you might have been through many other cycles before, right? And so it's kind of like, ugh, like, you know, whew, I'm settled in. I found a level of comfort with myself, and then it's like, oh no, something else here to challenge that comfort. But it's, like I said, you might see it as not see it as a blessing immediately, because it might just feel like a stressful thing. Like, oh no, this opportunity has presented itself to me, and now I'm stressed about it. So my peace has been disturbed. But at the same time, the only reason that your peace has been disturbed is because this brings to light some of your resistances that you still have to things that you actually really want, right? And so in order to move you into that new chapter where you get that thing that you really want, you get that experience that you really want, that you want to allow, that will actually benefit you in your path, your purpose, whatever, it's just going to feel a little uncomfortable at first before you let yourself sink into and allow that change to take place. And like, no judgment there. We've all been through that, so I get it. But yeah, this is definitely saying like, look, you've got spiritual assistance, especially if you are someone who does feel connected with, you know, your guides, angels, God, whatever. They're coming through to let you know that they're working with you on this. You're not alone, and you can keep moving ahead, keep moving towards your joy and towards your happiness, and trust that they're working with you. You know, you are protected. I do feel for a lot of you, you need to really feel into that, but you are protected. You are protected, and you have a lot more inner strength than you realize. And you might have some difficulty trusting yourself in these situations. That's just left over from past experiences. But it's not the reality of who you are. You can trust yourself. You are very intuitive. You have reached a point in your life where you've really developed more of a connection to yourself, to your intuition, and it's really just old patterns and things coming up to be released, to get out of your way, essentially, so that you can step into the new chapter with this other person in whatever way makes sense for your situation. So let me just read from the booklets for each of these for a little more information. So we have Mystique. So, you are on the right path. Ooh, yeah, some of you really just need to hear that you're on the right path. You are on the right path. Although it might seem to take a lot of time and effort, keep up the good work. You are definitely making progress towards your intended outcome. Sometimes flexibility is called for when you are working toward an aim. But in this instance, you need to stay firm in your conviction. Compromise will only water down the divine plan that you're manifesting. Okay, and maybe for some of you, you are like at some kind of impasse with this person, especially if you're already working with them on something or in some kind of relationship or project. And you're afraid of being asked to compromise or required to compromise, or maybe you feel like you have been. There's something here about not wanting to compromise yourself, almost. And that might be the fear. And I do feel like this is saying you need to trust yourself to speak up and say, no, actually, this is how I feel, this is what I want, this is not, no, this isn't for me, like, to be able to, and once you trust yourself to be able to do that, you can be in a relationship with someone because you know that you're not going to let yourself, to, how do I want to say this? Because sometimes the fear is less so that the other person is going to take advantage of us, but more that we're going to not be honest about what we truly want and what we truly feel is right for ourselves in the moment. And then from there feel not only resentful towards the other person, but resentful towards ourselves, right? And so this is saying that, look, you are protected, you are going to be able to speak up for yourself. And even if you have moments where you don't, or you maybe feel like you didn't, or maybe you didn't really know what you wanted in the moment, that doesn't mean that, you can't in the future, or you can't come back and say, actually, you know what, let's talk through this again, because I really wasn't in the right headspace last time we spoke about this, and I have realized what I actually want. And, you can always come back to the situation and address it again and be honest with yourself and with others. And you don't have to be so hard on yourself for moments where you feel like you don't quite live up to that expectation, whatever expectations that you have of yourself, right? It doesn't have to be that you say the quote-unquote wrong thing once and then that's it. You can't do anything about it. Let me continue. Resist the urge to bend or to please others. Yeah, some of you are definitely overcoming people-pleasing. In the end, these individuals will be pleased by the outcome. You are following a divine course, and others may not be privy to the same vision that you're following. Do your best to explain this vision to others involved, but don't feel the need to defend your actions. Look at my picture. Look at Mystique. Oh, it's a horse. I didn't even realize. How pretty. Look at my picture. I am coming out of the darkness and into the light. So are you. You know what you're doing, and we in heaven are here to back you up fully. Yes, so whether you're coming out of the darkness and into the light in the sense that you feel like entering into some kind of relationship with this person makes you feel a little exposed, right? And again, that fear of becoming a people pleaser and feeling like you're at the behest of someone else, those are coming up for you. This is saying like it's time to step into the light and to experience that vulnerability. For some of you, it might be also whatever you're working on with this person. There's a vulnerability in sharing that, right? And like making your dreams, creative, business, whatever, come true with this other person. You realize that like this other person has what you need to get there, but it also requires you to be willing to actually get there now, right? To live that dream. And that can feel very vulnerable and exposing. But as this is saying, you got to keep going. Keep moving forward. You know where you're going. You know what you want. You know what is right for you and what's not. And you are more than capable of speaking up for that and of keeping with your vision. Letting other people have their own visions, but not letting that interfere with yours. And also working with people in a way that doesn't have to compromise who you are and what you truly desire, Just be open to, if you're feeling like it's got to be a zero-sum game all the time, either you win or you lose, or always a win-lose situation, keep your mind open for a third way. Just ask for your guides, perhaps, to show you what the third way or the other option is that you're not seeing. And just be open to what presents itself. And just see. Let me read for Daniel now before I get off on a million other tangents. Okay. So Daniel says, you have called upon God to help in the area of marriage, and he sent me to your side. I'm here to help you with a fulfilling marriage. God and I desire to answer your prayer without delay. The first area that I'm helping you with is healing any past wounds related to marriage. In quiet moments, I ask that you be willing to release to me any pain associated with your parents. That's a big one. I ask that you breathe out any negative feelings that you may have about your marriage, or may have about marriage. For some of you, it might be about your marriage, which stem from your childhood experiences. And again, this could be about any kind of partnering with someone else. But for many of you, it could literally be about marriage, whether the future prospect of marriage in your life or a current marriage that you're in right now. Next, I put my hand upon your heart and ask you to breathe in and out deeply. I now ask that you be willing to release old pain or anger toward your first love. As you release these toxins from your heart, I next ask you to exhale old pain toward all of your past lovers. Allow me to clear your heart of old wounds so that you can enjoy a happy marriage rooted in the present. We must release the past to avoid replicating old, painful experiences. I am here to free your heart so that it can fully love within a blissful marriage. Yes, so this is about, in some way, releasing past pains in order to experience a more content present with someone in your life, or soon to be in your life. And then we have Caressa, last but not least. Caressa says, you may feel sad as if your heart is breaking as a result of this ending. So for some of you, this could be a recent ending or a present ending. For others of you, this is just in general about endings that have happened in your life, like old grief that comes up again and again when you have to go through any kind of. And it could also be an ending of like old ways of being, old ways of doing. Maybe an ending to your singleness. Maybe an ending to being an independent business person. Maybe you're working with someone else. Like all of those kinds of things can feel like an ending and can still need to be grieved, even if what you're looking to welcome in is really positive and is a good step for you. Allow yourself to cry and grieve, but know that we angels are near you right now. And we know that we angels are near you right now. When you are ready, we will gently show you how this ending brings new blessings into your life. But for now, the sadness that you feel may reveal new insights to you. It may inspire you to finish a project where you have been procrastinating, or to take better care of yourself, for example. It is important for you to express your feelings during this time of transition. Either keep a journal, talk to trusted friends, or join a support group, or discuss everything with us angels. The more that you can release, the freer that you will feel. Watch out for self-destructive tendencies which can arise from misguided guilt. I will help you to take excellent care of yourself during this transition if you will call upon me. Whenever you need a hug, just ask, and you will feel me envelop you with my wings. That's sweet. Yeah, so I feel like the main thing that you want to take away from that is that, yeah, if there's anything that you are having trouble releasing or difficulties around some kind of transition here with this relationship, or maybe just within yourself, then you've got entities to call on. People are reaching out for you, whether in your physical life or spiritually, and you're free to take that help. But also that, like I said, there might be for some of you like the need to allow yourself to move through whatever difficult emotions that you have around the situation before you see the blessing of the situation. And it might not be that anything bad is going to happen before you see the blessing of the situation, but it might just be that you have some difficult emotions around moving forward, around accepting happiness, around accepting someone else into your life in a certain way, around accepting some kind of success in some area of your life. And you might have to move through that before you get to the part where you're happy that you did, right? Like once you feel your emotions, really let them move through you. Let yourself be where you're at. After that, it's like, letting the rain fall, letting the weather happen and move through you, and then, the sun comes out again and you feel better. And I think for a lot of you have to, be open to moving through that, letting that happen. And it doesn't have to be a huge dramatic thing. For some of you, though, it might be. It might be, for some of you, it might just be a little discomfort. And for some of you, it might be a lot. And it really depends on your situation, and that's totally fine. And this is just to let you know that moving through that will be worth it. And whatever this opportunity is that you're looking to take with another person, whether it be a current person, a future person, in general, like, those of you who are releasing the past because you want to welcome in a new partnership in some way, shape, or form, could be that. Whatever it is you're looking for, it's right there. It's right within your reach. And it's just a matter of letting yourself move through some of those difficult emotions and let go of certain things, heal them. And that's the blessing that's really coming to you here, is that opportunity to heal those things and then see that you have a bright future ahead of you that is even better than what you've experienced. You're leaving behind past pain, and you're moving into and opening up to a more natural experience of just less turbulent relationships. But like I said, you might be going through some turbulent times or have some turbulent emotions around this that need to be processed first, and that is also one of the biggest blessings, even if it doesn't feel like it right up front. So, with all that said, that is all I have for you in terms of the blessings that this relationship is bringing to you. I hope that this was helpful in some way, shape, or form. As always use your own intuition to take messages that are for you and leave whatever is not. And if you're interested, my mom and I do have a website, sunflowerphilosophy.com, where you can check out our offerings. We offer tarot guidance sessions. We also offer recorded tarot readings, and we also offer hypnosis, and my mom does human design. So if any of those interest you, please feel free to click the link in the description and check that out. And of course, like, comment, and subscribe if you would like. And I will see you in another reading sometime very soon. Bye. Hi, Group 2. If you picked this seashell, then you are in the right place, and this is your reading. We are talking today about blessings that this relationship, whatever relationship you're asking about, or whichever one comes up for you, is bringing to your life. So I was mostly focusing on like romantic or friendship relationships, but it can really be anything. So use your own discernment as always, and just trust that whatever is coming through for you is meant for you. And also, it can be about even like a past relationship that's no longer in your life, or one that will be in your life in the future. So yeah, it's up to you, and you'll know what messages are for you and what your situation is. So I'm going to start this reading by doing a little energy check, which will include like a person A, person B, where they're both at, and also the energy of the relationship, or the energy between you guys. And I intended for person A to primarily be the person who is watching this reading, but you can also flip-flop them if you want. And then after that, I'll get some tarot cards for the blessings around this relationship, and then also some advice on how to make sure you reap the most positive benefits of those blessings and of this relationship. So, without further ado, let's get into it. So, I have... did we have... yeah, side A, side B, and then we have your energy in the center. Let me just make sure that these are, for the most part, looking good, because there's not a lot of space in my setup to do this kind of formation, but I really wanted to do it that way. So, okay. So, first of all, I think I did tarot card first in the first reading, but I'm just going to go with the character card first, because I realized they're on top. You can already see them. So I have character cards for each of you guys, just like characters from books or movies, things that I am familiar with, to give me more information. So for you guys, you have Adam Parrish on the person A side from The Raven Cycle, and also from the Dreamer Trilogy by Maggie Stiefvater. And I will explain more about who that is and what that means in this reading. All right, you know what? I don't know where to put this for now. All right, we're still figuring this out. I also had to like move my setup around and everything, so we're working on it. And then on the person B side, we have Princess Addie from The Two Princesses of Bamar by Gail Carson Levine. For the tarot card, on person A side, we have the Knight of Discs, also known as the Knight of Pentacles. And I'm going to put that... How are we going to do this? How did I do this in the other one? I think we'll go with that for now. And we also have an angel card. So we have detachment with I release everything, I release everyone and everything, my spirit is free. And of course there's more writing on there. You can pause it and like read what that says, but I am mostly taking that as extra information. So you could take the affirmation if you want as well. And for the person B side, we also have the Two of Wands for the tarot card. So let's put that here, put this here. And then we have for the angel card, beauty, with I recognize my beauty and that of others. Very nice. Okay. So, like I said, the vibes could be reversed. I was originally intending person A to be like you guys, I guess, but, you know, take whatever resonates. And I'm going to start... Who do I want to start with? I'm going to start with person A. I was getting some stuff for person B, but I don't think I'll lose that. Let's start with person A. Let's go in order. All right. So for person A, I am getting more masculine vibes on this side, which does not mean that this person is a man or that you are a man if you are the one who's watching it. But there's something here about being in like a masculine energy. With this Knight of Pentacles and with Adam Parrish. Okay, so like, if you're not familiar with the Raven Cycle, with Adam as a character, I don't have time to like explain what the series itself is about, but the aspects of Adam that are coming through to me that are really important and significant right now is like, Adam is very much a self-made man in the sense that he comes from very little. He has a background where he did not receive much, if any, support. And he has had to really be there for himself, especially materially. He has really focused on building himself up, getting the education that he wants to have, and getting to the schools and putting himself in the situations where he can make something of his life that was not what he had when he was growing up. He really wants... to build himself up materially, to be materially independent, wealthy, and a lot of it does come from trauma in his upbringing, and he is a character who does have to go through his own arc of like of going through a cycle of hyper independence, I would say, and learning to balance a bit between being super independent because he did not have people who were safe to rely upon when he was growing up, to accepting help from his friends when it makes sense. And it's something that I don't know if even where we leave off he's fully embraced that, but he definitely comes a long way as a character in the story. And I feel like for this person here specifically, whether it's you or the other person in this relationship, this is someone who has spent a lot of time building themselves up materially, and perhaps it's been a slow road. The Knight of Pentacles can be a slow and patient card. So it's someone who's not afraid to put in the step-by-step work, and perhaps that's what they're in the process of right now. So it's either someone who has achieved that or who is working towards that. I mean, for a lot of Adam's story, for example, he is someone who is working towards that goal. And his perspective around wealth and everything, like it's shifting throughout the story, and around his own situation is also shifting. So perhaps for a lot of you, or for a lot of the people, whoever person A is, it's a slow, patient journey, and maybe you're learning that patience, and maybe they're learning that patience, and building themselves a lasting sense of stability within the material realm. With detachment here, I also feel that, okay, So this could go one of two ways. This could be describing somewhat of this person's personality or your personality, where maybe perhaps you can be a little bit emotionally detached at times, maybe a little in your head, or they can be a little in their head. Adam is definitely a very thinky character. He definitely, he's not unfeeling, but he's more about, like, he's very calculating. He's definitely, sorry, that was my charger coming unplugged when I was adjusting the wire. He's definitely a, he can come across, I think, as a little bit emotionally detached at times, but he's and a little calculating, very, even though this is kind of an outdated reference at this point, a very Slytherin character at his core, but not in a bad way necessarily. But I think for some of you, you might, or this person might be in those kind of vibes where they come across as potentially a little bit emotionally detached, a little bit more calculating, or perhaps that's something that they're learning to employ in their life now, is some detachment, especially around material goods, around outcomes, so that they can create this future. Because, you know, if you're too set on a specific outcome, the moment something doesn't appear to be going right, you might just scrap the whole thing. And I think for the journey that this person is on, has been on, this sense of persistence, of patience, is very important. And so I think this person is either in an era of focusing on cultivating that for themselves, or has already been that person, has already seen some of the benefits of that. But yeah, this is someone who's very much like focused on their material realm, building themselves up, focused on their independence in some sense. And before I skip over to person B, I'm going to go fix my charger, so let me just do that real quick. Okay, so on to person B with the Two of Wands, Princess Addie, and Beauty. So this is definitely like in contrast to person A. Person B has a more feminine energy going on. Again, not necessarily related to gender. But I definitely also feel that, so Princess Addie is from the Two Princesses of Bamar, which is by the same author who wrote Ella Enchanted. So it's a fairy tale retelling in and of itself, but it's kind of different. It's not as like one-to-one as Ella Enchanted is to Cinderella. I forget exactly what story she was originally adapting, but essentially Princess Addie is a princess who goes through the journey of feeling she considers herself a coward, and she's very afraid of things like spiders and monsters, and in her kingdom there's a lot of monsters, there's a lot of fear. And she ends up undertaking a quest in order to save her sister's life. And it's very much something that is outside of her character, not something that she would do, but because she loves her sister so much, she takes on that challenge and ventures outside of the castle, encounters monsters and things like that, and finds her own sense of courage. And so she's someone who is really all about stepping out of her comfort zone and doing so through love, really. For the sake of someone that she loves. And I feel like this person B, whether it's you or the other person in this relationship, is definitely in their stepping out of their comfort zone era. And perhaps they might be someone who is teetering on the edge of, like, will I, won't I? Like, with this Two of Wands here, there's very much a sense of like stepping into the unknown, because like there's kind of these are like two trees, right? And there's like this gateway into darkness. And so it's like stepping through those trees, you don't know what's on the other side. So you're stepping into the unknown. And I feel like for this person, that is something that they are being called to do now, or it could be part of their personality as well, where they're very brave. But they might be brave from a place of knowing what it's like to feel immense fear. Courage doesn't exist without fear. So there's someone who could also definitely be a very anxious person, have difficulties with anxiety and things like that. And so that could be part of their personality as well, something that they've dealt with a lot. But I do feel with this Beauty card here, they are also potentially in the space of recognizing the beauty within their struggles within themselves and within the world around them, that helps them overcome some of their fears of the unknown, right? So it's kind of like attuning yourself more to the beauty of the world makes you more excited to go out and experience it and have experiences and meet people and do things. And then coming at it from a place of fear would. And so when you attune yourself more to the beauty, when you go out looking for the beauty and seeing the beauty and emphasizing that in the world around you, you are more likely to seek out adventure, right? And so I feel like this person is stepping over that threshold and learning to see the beauty in the world around them, which might have been difficult for a time, because it's not to say that fears come from any unfounded place. Even though anxieties often, once you overcome them, feel like nothing, to you, when you're experiencing those anxieties, then it feels very real. It feels very real. And sometimes it comes from an experience that you've had in your past that was very real at the time, but is no longer happening and is something that you're ready to move past. And so I feel like this person has gone on some kind of healing journey with that and is stepping out into the world and learning to see the beauty in life. And I get it's like, oh, okay. I feel like I don't know who these people are to each other, right? I don't know who you and this other person are to each other, and I don't know which one is you. But I feel like person A sees this about person B and has a lot of feelings about it. You know what I mean? I think that's in both directions. I'm just getting a stronger feeling of like person A feeling really proud of person B, like maybe being aware of some of the struggles that they've been through or what it's taken them to get to this point. And seeing them stepping out into the world is something that's really beautiful to them. And I feel like person B would also... I think person B would also feel the same way about person A, but I'm just feeling a stronger sort of like pride or something on the other side of it. Like, I feel like maybe, if anything, person B has either been more open about their struggles or it's just been more out in the open, what they've dealt with and what they've been through. It feels to me like person A might be someone who's a bit more internal, a bit more keeps to themselves and keeps the things that they've been through to themselves. They might see their life in a bit of a different way, but it doesn't stop them from recognizing the struggles of other people around them and feeling some type of way about seeing them overcome those struggles. I just think that they're not really out there with their own struggles, And so while person B might be aware of where they've come from, they also just like, there's not as much of an emphasis potentially because it's hard to vocalize what I'm saying because I don't want it to sound like there's an imbalance of emotions here. Although, I mean, we'll look into, what's going on, but I think it's more like, oh, how do I explain this? It's more like, okay, like the Adam Parrish person A, is more like slow and steady wins the race, not very showy, right? Just very keeping to themselves, doesn't seek recognition or anything like that. And person B, while it's not that they necessarily are out there seeking recognition for their, like what they've been through in their life or whatever, in a bad way or anything like that. It's not like, it's just they have maybe a more out there personality and or are a more well-known person or have more people around them in their close proximity who are paying attention to what they do. So I feel like their story, their struggles are more apparent to the world or to person A, or maybe just in general, this person has a more outgoing personality. Now, Princess Addie herself is not actually an outgoing personality, but she is a princess and she does go on this quest and saves her kingdom. So there's a lot of recognition there, even though that's not why she did it and that's not what she's looking for. And in fact, she's not really interested in having a lot of attention or glory at all. And I feel like for person B, that's probably the case, but I feel like there's something more out there, maybe more colorful, maybe just like more energetically stand outish about person B that just makes them come through as this like, also like, just like, yeah, this really outwardly heroic figure who is more likely to be recognized for what they have accomplished than person A. And when I say this might also just be like person A's perspective, could be your perspective coming through more strongly about this person. So like that might not be what they're like or what you're like, or how they experience their life or how you experience your life, whichever one you are. But I feel like that's how person A sees person B, if that makes sense. And I don't know, there's something really sweet about that. But again, like, I don't know which one you are. But I do feel like for the Adam Parrish person, there's more of a vibe of, like, someone who's not seeking recognition and really doesn't get it. Like, they're pretty good at being invisible and keeping to themselves, and they, at the very least, might not see or recognize how other people recognize them. Like, they might have a bit of a blind eye towards the impact that they might have on other people or what they've accomplished. Where I think person B, if anyone sees this, person B probably does, which is, it's really nice. I do feel like both of these people have been very focused on their own personal development in their own ways, that might be very different from one another, but at the same time, there is a similarity here. It's just, I feel like one person is someone who might have been more pushed out of their comfort zone, whether from internal factors or from external factors, and person A is more like they've been working slowly and steadily towards a different life. It's not necessarily that it's out of their comfort zone. I feel like they're creating their comfort zone as they go. I don't even know. I wasn't aware I was going to say that until I said it, so I don't know what that means to any of you. But yeah, I don't know. Also, I do love how we have two A names here, Adam and Addie. So I do feel like there is something similar about you two. I feel like maybe externally you come off as different people, or you maybe just on the surface look very different, or come from different backgrounds. Adam is coming from a very poor background, like West Virginia or just Virginia, I forget. Lives in a trailer park, and is really pulling himself up by his bootstraps. And Addie is literally a princess. So you might also come from very different socioeconomic backgrounds, but that also could just be about vibes too. Like, you know, very opposite vibes, but in some way I feel like there is a lot of similarity here. But now let's get to the energy of this connection. So we have the tarot card being the Queen of Cups between the two of you. And we have this Hafiz card, which with the number 13 says, trust your wisdom. Ooh, okay. And there's an owl here, so owls could be significant to some of you. Also, like, I had this trouble with the other group where I just don't have enough room to, like, make sure that you could see all of the cards. All right, I'm going to cover up the owl's face, but you'll know what it looks like. All right. Yeah. Hopefully you can see the trust your wisdom. I don't know. Anyway, so first of all, the Queen of Cups with the trust your wisdom card feels very relevant. Like, they feel very related, you know? I mean, I feel like Queen of Cups in a way is all about wisdom, because the cups are emotions, and wisdom and compassion require emotional availability, and wisdom and compassion go hand in hand. And I feel like compassion was another word that was coming to me. So I feel like there's a lot of compassion between the two of you for each other, right? And like, it kind of makes sense with what I was saying before about where the two of you are at in your lives right now, and how you might be seeing each other. While it might appear on the surface that you have very different journeys or that you are very different people, you feel a lot of compassion for one another and what each other has been through. And this Queen of Cups is facing towards person B in this scenario, so I feel like it's another way of saying that, like, person A's feelings are coming through, like, a lot more intensely, and again, I think that might just be because perhaps person B has been through a lot lately or something, or there's just been a bit more turbulence in their life, or obvious change or growth that's happened recently, so perhaps there's been more of a giving of compassion from person A to person B, or like that's the feeling that's coming through more. Like, you know, person B might be more in the situation of needing to receive, and person A feeling like they are, whether they're just still building themselves up or that they are already built up, they feel more like in a stable energy. There's something very solid about them over here, and I feel like perhaps they are more in the position to give maybe even like literally like with when it comes to like material wealth and goods, but like also just maybe emotionally. And also there's this like feeling of like she's like holding up the cup, like almost like she's toasting. So I feel like you both are doing that for each other, like, you know, like cheers to what you've done. But I feel like perhaps person A is doing that, is celebrating person B at this time. And again, I feel like that's to do with some perhaps recent developments in each of your lives where person B maybe has recently achieved a goal or just gone through a period of personal growth that this person A wants to salute. But for both of you, I think that it's mutual compassion, that perhaps you've each been there for each other at different points in your lives. So whether, you know, whether person A or person B right now is feeling more, is more on the giving or the receiving end of this relationship, I feel like you both have been on both sides and or will be on both sides of that dynamic. And I think there's something very mutual here. And also with the trust your wisdom, like I said, wisdom, compassion, I feel like both of you have perhaps opened up each other for like to like tapped into the compassion within each other, you know? I feel like you experience a lot of feelings of compassion for one another, and perhaps that's something that you each have helped each other tap into, but also you might also have a very good exchange of wisdom. And I think there is a lot of trust between you. Like, you trust the advice of each other, you trust the wisdom of each other, whether or not you're actually actively giving each other advice or you're just observing each other's attitudes and wisdom that you each demonstrate in the world. I feel like there is a lot of, like, you trust that you get a lot of wisdom from this relationship, from the other person in this relationship. That is the vibe I'm getting. And it's a really beautiful energy. I could see how these two people go together in whatever kind of relationship this is. I could see how they might function together well, and yet I could also see where there could be, especially on person A's side, like I feel like I was feeling a lot of compassion from them towards person B, but I also feel like they might not be the person who often expresses it as outwardly as someone else might, you know, like they might be a bit more internal, a bit more detached, or come across that way. And I feel like perhaps person B does experience this person as a bit more detached. I feel like even if that's the case, if you are person B, you'll know better than I do, but like I feel like you know that this person experiences that, but you might want to see it more. If you are person A, you might not realize this, but I think person B, it's not that they don't know how you feel or that you care for them, but I think that they might, you know, they might not experience it, like they might want to see you open up a little bit more. There might be some of that, you know, or they would just be very happy, and it would be very comforting and nice for them to receive more of the outward compassion from you. Like you wouldn't scare them off if you were a little bit more emotionally vulnerable with them, or like showed them more of what they mean to you. Yeah, so that's something that might resonate for you guys. Also, just like with the beauty card, I do feel like person B is very beautiful. Not that person A isn't, but I feel like, again, that like person A feels like person B is very beautiful, and it's just so sweet. I don't know. This is very different from how group 1 went. And I was actually thinking I might have to redo group 1 because of some like just glitches here and there I had throughout the process. But still, I think the energy would come out very different from this. But it's so interesting. Okay. Anyway, enough of that. Let's talk about the blessings that are coming to you guys from this relationship. Like I said, I've already mentioned some things like compassion for each other, like tapping into your own inner compassion, but also trust, like I said, wisdom. I do feel like for some of you, like person A might be the more emotionally and financially stable person at this point, and person B might be the more the one who's going through a bit more dramatic outward growth. But I think that you've both been on a journey of growth, and so you can both understand each other in that way, even if you don't always like know or acknowledge that outright. And also at the same time, I feel like there's something about balance here where you balance each other out, and you each get something from the other person in terms of like I said, wisdom. Like you trust the other person. The other person is showing you, knowingly or not, aspects of yourself that you didn't see, aspects of life that you haven't explored yet, and perhaps ways of being that are beneficial to you. Where it's like person A might be too detached at times, whereas like person B might be a bit too attached at times. You know what I mean? Like the more anxious person versus the more of I almost said avoidant. I didn't actually mean that, because I wasn't really thinking about that at all. But like I guess that could be the dynamic. But at the same time, it's kind of like, I don't mean that in like a negative way. I feel like there's like maybe more a tendency to be more sensitive and more feeling, like touchy-feely over here on person B side, and a tendency to be a little bit more detached on this side. But I feel like both of you have the capacity to tap into both aspects of that. Like, you know, I feel like person B brings out the sensitivity in person A more, and they need that, and that's great because it balances out, helps them feel their feelings more and tap into life and feel more alive. It's one thing with Adam too, is like wanting to feel more alive. That's like an aspect of his character, because he's just so overworked and overburdened by, you know, his striving basically. And so person B would bring that back into balance and show, like I said, especially if they're learning to see the beauty in life and they're really focused on that, also bring more of that to person A, whereas person A is bringing more of that stability, that ability to detach when is necessary for your own good and your own mental health. They're bringing that sort of energy to person B and balancing them out in that way. And perhaps even providing like some emotional or material support in some way as well. So it's kind of like you're each bringing that to each other, what you need. It's very nice. Like I said, it might be like more like person A is bringing the more material, like more obvious, like overt, like aspects to person B, but you're both, yeah. You'll know if it resonates. You'll know. Like, anyway, I already got into some of the blessings, but let's get some cards to actually look more into this. This is too many. Also, I just want to make sure that these are visible. I know there's a lot going on. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. And let's see, one more? Do we want one more, or are we good? That's two more, but fine. Okay. How do we want to do this? Let's put this over here. And let's put that over here. Okay. So hopefully it's not too busy for you guys. Okay. So we're focusing on like whoever's watching this, what blessings this relationship is bringing to you. But it's usually, I feel like if anything, there's a lot of mutual benefits going on over here. But it's also like sometimes what you bring to someone is equally as important but different than what someone else brings to you. And for some of this I've been getting like both sides, so you know, take this as it resonates. I'm mostly focusing on you, but like it might be just mutually beneficial. Like both of you might be receiving the same benefits from this relationship. So okay, so start off with the Page of Charisma, which is the Page of Pentacles over here, because that's the first card that came out. With that doorway opening, I feel like you have, it's like there's some kind of door that's opened, that this relationship has opened for you. And I feel like, I feel like for both of you, whether you're person A or B, I feel like there's something of, like, this relationship giving you the courage to step into the door. Oh, yeah, like, yeah, like person B's doorway, like, you know, like stepping through the doorway, the courage to step through the doorway into something new. And I think that can function whichever person you are in this scenario. I think that's kind of something that you've given to each other, is the courage to step through the doorway. And it's kind of like with this girl and this tiger here, like each of you is your it's like you're it's like you're the emotional support animals for each other in your own ways, right? So the ways that you might do it for each other, like be that support for each other, might be different, might come across completely differently, but you're both serving that function and helping each of you step through the door into something new. And that something new also might be different for both of you, but some of it might be more internal and metaphorical than like a physical doorway or like a physical adventure that you're going on. But I feel like that's still what's happening here nevertheless. I also feel like with this 10 of Strength, I mean, adding on to the support message, I think that you take some of the burdens off of each other, whether literally or just like emotionally. Maybe you help each other unburden yourselves from past issues, past things that you've been carrying around. You just help lift the burdens off of each other's shoulders. And for you, maybe, you know, if this is more for you, like a blessing that you're getting from this relationship is it's lifting some of the burdens off your shoulders. Like you're both working together, and perhaps in the past with other relationships, whether it's friendships, romantic, whatever, you felt like you felt compelled to carry more of the weight or carry more of the responsibility for the relationship. And I feel like in this case, it's very mutual. Not to say that you might not still feel that burden at times, but I feel like even when you do, it's more of a product of your past experiences than it is of the current circumstances now. So I feel like, and it's also something that you both might be improving together, and it might stand to actually work on, is not taking too much of the burden onto yourself and allowing each other to share that burden. And so I think that's a blessing coming to you from this relationship, whether you feel like you've mastered that or not. It might be something that you're still in the process of learning, because there might be cases where it's not that the other person's putting something on you, but you might still be habitually taking on a burden and feeling like it's your burden when it's not. And so you might be learning that it's not, and learning how to undo that old pattern in yourself through this relationship. But at the same time, I feel like there is, if it's not fully developed now, there is the potential for a very mutually supportive and beneficial relationship, as long as you can both allow that support to come through. Also, since the 8 of Cups is over here in reverse, so, okay. I feel like that could come across in a couple different ways, but I feel like one of the things that is significant with the 8 of Cups here, and also called the 8 of Wisdom in this deck, is that often it can be, I feel like in this deck in particular, I take it as like protecting yourself emotionally. And I feel like with this relationship, you either have the blessing of, you either yet to experience the blessing of this, or you have experienced it, but like of exposing your soft underbelly to this other person, and like being vulnerable with them and letting that come through. That's another blessing here, of not feeling like you've got to protect yourself all the time. Letting your guard down. Yes, letting your guard down around someone else. And that's not to say that that's been easy. If this is someone you already know, perhaps it's been a process of letting your guard down. And it's not to say that it's been perfect or that it will be perfect every step of the way. But it's almost like, even if there are misunderstandings, or even if there are moments where you don't necessarily say, quote unquote, the right thing to one another when you're being vulnerable, at the same time, there's enough trust here, like trust your wisdom. There's enough trust here to help you move through those moments and come out the other side and realize, okay, you know, even if this person said this, they actually didn't mean it that way. And now I understand, like, I had a really strong reaction to that because of this past experience or because I have this insecurity. And that highlighted that for me. And I was able to work through it and, you know, express myself. And I feel more comfortable with this person now. You know, like that kind of thing. Like, I feel like there's a certain amount of trust that encourages safety. Like, there's some kind of safety between you. And that's a blessing of this relationship that you might not have had in a lot of other relationships, whether friendship or otherwise. With the Knight of Intelligence here, I also feel like, for some of you, a very specific, like, blessing from this relationship is some kind of, like, perhaps the other person in this relationship is more of a structure, especially if you're person B and the other person is person A. They're more like, or honestly, it could go either way, because there's different ways. There's different ways to take this. But, like, I think for some of you, you're getting the blessing of perhaps, like, one person is more structured and planning than the other. And so you're able to benefit from their structure to help stabilize your life. And for others of you, it's almost like maybe the other person is a bit more of a spontaneous or, like, fast-moving kind of person. Like, they jump into things a little bit like almost like a very, like, bravely, courageously, but they just kind of charge forward and go for it. And it's not in a way that's like, it's like they have a very they're very fast moving in some scenarios, but not from a place of impulsivity. Like, they have a plan. Like, if they're charging in, it's because they know it's what they want, kind of thing. And perhaps that energy is also beneficial to you if you are a more slow, careful, planning person, who might take forever to really come around to certain things. So I feel like both of you sort of balance each other out in that way, whichever one that you are, with this Knight of Intelligence, which is also the Knight of Swords. With the Four of Strength reversed, okay, so I am inclined to take this also just in the upright position as, again, like, support, a structure, like these hands are holding each other, keeping each other stable, sturdy. I feel like that is something that you are for each other, that you are very much there for each other. But I also think there's something here about that support letting you stand on your own more confidently. It's almost like the paradox of having the support of another person helping you find your feet, find your footing to be more independent. So it's kind of like when we're talking about, like, the Adam Parrish character being very hyper independent. And then we have, like, Addie over here, who is actually very, I didn't mention this, but she's very codependent on her sister to begin with. Oh, okay. Yeah. So perhaps there's something with one person who is very hyper independent on one side and one person who's very codependent on the other side, coming together and helping each other become more truly independent, where they're not hyper independent to the point where they won't depend on anyone, but they're also not codependent to the point where they can't stand on their own 2 feet. So you're both, again, balancing each other out, bringing those elements, like turning down the extremes in one another and then turning up the aspects of the other that have been maybe neglected or have been out of balance for a while. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I really feel like that is something that's a blessing coming to both of you in this relationship. And then with the Five of Intelligence reversed. Ooh, okay. So this one, especially with this version of it where there's, like, 2 people pulling the vase apart, kind of, I feel like it is a blessing of overcoming, like, power struggle in relationships. This came through actually a bit in the first one, but, like, the idea that there can often feel like there's a push and pull, whether you're in a friendship or a romantic relationship, where it might feel like you have to one-up each other, or there might be a power struggle. You might feel like, you know, especially in, like I feel like for some of you, this is a long-standing relationship. Maybe for a lot of you, this is one that's been in your life for a while, or at least long enough for you to have been through multiple versions of yourself with each other, or seen a lot of growth from each other. Because I was getting a lot of compassion and trust and wisdom that feels like it comes from having been with someone through a lot. But also that, it could be someone that you've met that you feel like you've known for a long time and you relate a lot to their struggles and you feel like you've been with them for a long time, or maybe you have past lives with them or something like that. But like the point is, I feel like you've maybe been through a lot with each other, and so you might have been through times where you might have each been, or one of you more than the other, in a cycle of like feeling like relationships are a bit more of a struggle, of a push and pull, rather than of a mutually supportive thing. And I feel like even if that has been the case in the past for this relationship, or it's just been something that you've personally been overcoming within yourself, that this relationship is bringing you, and is through it you're learning to really set that aside and become more, and not see situations as like a zero-sum win or lose, like, kind of thing. Like you don't feel like you're in competition with the other person. You don't feel like you have to keep track of like, oh, they did this, so I have to do that, or like, like when relationships kind of feel like a competition and not in a fun way, it feels like this card, right? And I feel like in this relationship, you're either overcoming that pattern with this person or within yourself, or it's just not that dynamic anymore. Like you might have had it in the past, but it's not that dynamic anymore. You'll know which one is the case for you. And I just feel like that's something that this relationship is also bringing to you, is this end to this win or lose thinking when it comes to being in a relationship with other people, where it's again, it's not like this is like, and you're not fighting over like, this is mine, this is yours, whatever. It's kind of like you're opening up to sharing and being mutually supportive with one another, and feeling like when I'm up, and I have more to give in one area, I give to you, and you give to me what you can, and vice versa, It's very nice energy, very sweet. And I'm going to get some now advice cards for like any advice that wants to come through, but also just like advice in terms of how you can really welcome in these blessings and experience more of them. For some of you, I feel like you might already be experiencing these now, or be in the process of developing these. And for others of you, you might actually like not have quite reaped these benefits yet, or you might not see it yet. But yeah, let's get some advice from these angel cards here. And ooh, okay, that came out fast. We have Azure with your desired outcome will occur in the very near future. Have patience and faith, and don't try to force it to happen. Okay. And we have Serena with I am the angel of abundance. You will receive the money that you need, and God is in charge of how that will happen. Have faith. All right. And then let's see if there's any more that wants to come out. Okay, we have Layla with spend time alone in nature, meditating about your desires and intentions. Ask the angels to help you gain a positive perspective. Okay. And I think we only got 3 for the first one, but also let me just see if there's anything else. Okay, yeah. Mystique. Okay, Mystique came out in the first one too. Keep charging ahead and don't take no for an answer. Expect miraculous solutions to appear. Okay. So, something else that just came up specifically before we get into these cards with that like 5 of swords that was there is like a specific example of like feeling in competition with someone. Like it could manifest in feeling like, oh, if this person has more money than me, then they're winning. Or if this person, like say it's a romantic relationship and it's like, okay, it could be the dynamic of like, if this person asks me out first, then I win, like holding back, whatever, like that kind of thing. And I feel like in this relationship, while I'm not saying that this hasn't been part of the dynamic at all, I think it's something that you're overcoming, and is the opportunity to overcome that and to just let your guard down, let go of all of that kind of like push and pull, because it comes from a place of insecurity often when we feel like we can't just be vulnerable with someone else, we need them to say it first, you know what I mean? And I feel like that is something that is being let go of in this situation. And it doesn't have to be that romantic example specifically, but you know, that idea of like really keeping score and feeling like you are on the losing side if the other person, like there's like a power struggle. I don't know, a power imbalance. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I don't need to keep going on about this. All right. So let's read from the booklet for each of these cards. So we have Azure first. Where are you, Azure? Right here. Your desired outcome will occur in the very near future. Have patience and faith. Don't try to force it to happen. Ooh, yeah. So, for some of you, this person is bringing you patience. It's like one of the things that you're learning through this connection. One of the benefits that you're reaping. That could be for both of you. Like I said, I feel like there was more of an energy of like patience on person A's side than person B's side. But at the same time, I feel like you each have patience in different areas of your life and experience it in different ways. So I feel like it could really go either way. So yes, you will receive your wish. However, divine timing means that patience and positive visualization are needed right now. Ask me to help buoy your faith so that you don't slip into negativity. You can speed up the process of answered prayers by having more faith in their inevitability. Conversely, doubts or worries about how your prayers will be answered will slow them down. Remember that the how of answered prayers is up to the divine wisdom of the Creator. Although you may feel urgency or even panic about your prayers, please trust that we angels are working nonstop behind the scenes to help you. Keep surrendering and releasing these worries and fears to God and the angels. The more that you can stay centered in faith, the more easily we can assist you. And perhaps this is to do with an outcome within this relationship, and perhaps it is to do with an outcome within your material world that it could also relate to this relationship in some way, but could also be a personal goal. And I do feel like it is related to, it's related to this relationship in that I feel like whatever blessings you're learning and you're gaining through this relationship are also helping you bring in more like success and prosperity into other areas of your life. Like you're both mutually supporting each other, not just within a relationship, but like within your lives in general. Like that's I guess what relationships do, no matter what kind. But yeah, and there is definitely, like I said, an element of patience here, and perhaps that is something that you are learning and embracing more and more through this relationship. And if there is an outcome within this relationship that you're hoping for, that you need to be patient for, that you're not quite there with yet, this is obviously a confirmation that it's coming, and an encouragement to keep the patience, you know? Something that really helps me with patience is I did a yin yoga practice with I worked with someone to do that, centered around patience. They like created the program for me and it was great. And actually that's Katie McMullen with Andara Balance. So if you want to look her up, that just came out randomly, so like I don't know, but she does like Reiki, biomagnetism, yoga, stuff like that, and she can help you out with things like that. So that's not sponsored, but that's something that could help with patience. Also, I do hypnosis, so hypnosis is really good at like undoing old patterns and thought patterns and helping with that kind of thing too. But anyway, this is not an ad. And let's move on to the next card. Serena. Serena. I am the angel of abundance. You will receive the money that you need, and God is in charge of how that will happen. Have faith. Yeah, so like for a lot of you, there is material wealth on the way, but also like that might be something that you're waiting for in this relationship, whether you're creating something with this person that is hopefully making money, or whether you are maybe like waiting for your own financial stability in order to move towards this person. Maybe you both are looking to do something together, like move in together, or move houses, or I don't know, see each other more. Whatever it is, there's something here obviously about material abundance. And we have God is the source of all your good. Release all your cares and worries to me, and I will bring them directly to God. The more you surrender this situation to heaven, the more open you become. Your openness, like outstretched arms, welcomes the gifts that we bring you. When you worry, however, it closes you down. It then becomes more difficult for us to deliver your gifts. You don't notice your gifts, or you push them away. God's infinite creativity means that your financial support will come in unexpected ways. One of the reasons why you worry is because you don't know how your money will be delivered. You can release these worries by completely relying on God's wisdom and care. Notice your repetitive thoughts, feelings, and ideas. They are our way of communicating divine guidance to you. As you follow these divine directives, your supply comes to you on the wings of angels without delay or reservation. The more that you relax and trust, the faster we can bring these gifts your way. Yeah, so for a lot of you, if there's anything that could help you open you up more to the blessings of this connection, it's like letting go of your worries and fears about your own material life and about the things that you are looking to create in your life. You might be waiting on some kind of external outcome to validate you more, to make you feel more confident in this relationship or something like that. And so that could be something to examine, to notice, and to let go of. And I think at the same time, this is also an encouragement, again, of just like what you want is on its way. And so if you have any worries or fears, notice those. And like, if you can change your mindset around them and take these thoughts when you notice them, these worries or fears, as additional signs that what you want is on its way, and like shift that mindset around that, so you're not worrying about worrying too. You're almost like excited because you're like, oh wait, yeah, I caught that, but that just means it's coming even faster. Like shift your mindset around that. That could even make things easier for you and make it more fun, even if you feel like you have to wait a bit, because some of you might be in like waiting mode, and it's like if you can get out of that, but notice that when you're in it, just like take it as a sign, a good sign, and then release it. That can help you feel better about your present situation, whatever that is. We also have Layla with spend time alone in nature, meditating about your desires and intentions. Ask the angels to help you gain positive perspective. Your life has been noisy lately, and you need to escape into a place of natural tranquility. It is time for you to be alone in nature, even if it is just for a brief while. You don't need others' permission to take care of your soul in this way. Simply plan your sojourn, and then follow through on those plans. Once you are alone in nature, allow your mind to wander wherever it wants to go. Notice your thoughts and feelings, and perhaps write them down. After a time, speak, aloud or silently, to the nature angels that surround you. Ask them to clear your body and aura of any stress that you may have absorbed. Then meditate and pray about your desires and intentions. Prayers are amplified by the power of nature, and you will feel very refreshed when you return home. Yeah, I think for some of you, it's almost like, remember what I said about this relationship almost helping each of you stand more solidly independently on your own through the support of each other? It's almost like this is asking you to give the support that you feel from the other person to yourself, and learn to do that when they're not around, and learn to do that when you are just on your own doing your own thing. And a way that can help you, and you could even like tap into this person's energy, of course, while you're like, meditating or whatever. But at the same time, it's kind of like when you go out in nature, when you do things like meditate and quiet down and quiet your mind and detach. For some of you, you are person B, and maybe you're learning detachment. But for some of you, you're person A, and you're also learning detachment. So, I don't know. But it's like you are being encouraged to, quiet your mind and unplug. I think like this says get out in nature, so as much as you can do that, but also like perhaps unplug from devices, unplug from mental noise around you, turn off the TV, like don't look at your phone, those kinds of things. Sometimes it's easier said than done, but that is something that will help you. You might get sick of hearing that advice, because I feel like for some of you, you have probably heard it a lot, but it can be really genuinely helpful. Like, unfortunately, it works. So Just, consider that. And then we have Mystique. With keep charging ahead, don't take no for an answer, expect miraculous solutions to appear. You are on the right path. Although it might seem to take a lot of time and effort, I think patience is a big thing here. Like, you're on a journey. Whichever person you are in this scenario, you're on a journey. And you have to be patient with yourself and with your path. And you might have been patient for a while, and it's like, you're doing a great job. Keep going, though. So, although it might seem to take a lot of time and effort, keep up the good work. You are definitely making progress towards your intended outcome. Sometimes flexibility is called for when you are working towards an aim, but in this instance, you need to stay firm in your conviction. Compromise will only water down the divine plan that you're manifesting. Resist the urge to bend or to please others. In the end, these individuals will be pleased by the outcome. You're following a divine course, and others may not be privy to the same vision that you're following. Do your best to explain this vision to others involved, but don't feel the need to defend your actions. Look at my picture. I am coming out of the darkness and into the light. So are you. You know what you're doing, and we in heaven are here to back you up fully. Yeah. So whether you're person A, and I feel like person A is like taking that long, slow journey, one step in front of the other, and perhaps learning to flow more and be more spontaneous and maybe even take faster action. For some of you, others of you, you're just really focused on that slow climb. It's like, keep going. You're getting there. For person B, perhaps you're the one who has to take that step into the darkness. It's kind of like, keep charging ahead and you'll move into the light soon enough. For some of you though, like, those might be the things that you're already good at, and like, you might be absorbing from the other person, like the patience, and the other person might be absorbing the it's like, okay, like, I've got the charging into the unknown down, but I don't have the patience down, so I need that. So I feel like whichever is your focus right now, whichever you feel like you're learning from the other person, it's like, keep going. It might not feel natural to you yet, and you might have this other person's energy there to help you, but at the same time, you're perfectly capable of being this on your own, and it's just like, you're doing great, and just keep going. Just keep at it. Even if it doesn't feel quite natural yet, it will soon enough. And I do feel like this relationship is helping you with your broader life goals, like to bring through what you want to bring through in your life. And it could be within this relationship, but it could just be in your life in general. And in this one, I didn't get as much into what this relationship is, because I do think it could vary. I was definitely getting some, like, if it's a friendship, I feel like it's a pretty strong friendship. You know what I'm saying? I feel like there's vibes there. But, it could be an established romantic relationship. It could be something that's heading toward that. It's up to you to discern whomever this is for you. But I really liked the vibes here. I feel like there is a lot of love here. It's funny because there's simultaneously there's a lot of opportunity between these two energies, I feel like, for misunderstanding, and yet I feel like underneath that there's even more understanding than you often have with another human being. Like, I feel like there's a lot under the surface that is more similar than it may appear between the two of you, and you might be at depending on who you are, you might be at varying levels of realizing that or exploring that with the other person. But yeah, so keep going with whatever you're doing. You're doing great, and this relationship is supporting you in that, and that's all I have for you. So I hope that was helpful in some way, and please feel free to like, comment, or subscribe if you would like to. Also, check out our website, which I have linked in the description, where we offer tarot readings and hypnosis, and my mom does human design. So if you're interested in any of that, check that out. Also, have a great day, and I will see you in another reading again sometime soon. Bye. Hi, Group 3, and welcome to today's reading, all about the blessings that this relationship is bringing to you, which can be any relationship. It could be one you're already thinking of, or one that's from the past, one that's from the present, one that's from the future. And I mostly focused on romantic or friendship relationships, or anything around that, but it could be anything. So just, take messages as they resonate and leave whatever doesn't, and use your own discernment as always. So, getting into your group, if you selected this D20, then you are in the right place. So I actually did roll this dice before I started recording, just to see if any specific number came up. And it's funny because it was on a 10 before I rolled it, and then it rolled to a 19, which also simplifies to a 10 in numerology, 1 plus 9. So perhaps that's a significant number for some of you, 10, 19, whatever. Also, just in general, numerologically speaking, the number 10 is about the end of a cycle. And then, it simplifies to 1, which is the beginning of a cycle. So that could be relevant for you guys. That could be where you're at right now in some aspect of your life. So just, we'll see. We'll see if that has any relevance to this reading, but maybe that means something in particular to you. So without further ado, let's get into your cards. So I did structure this so that there's an energy check in the beginning. So we're going to do a person A, person B format. And as I said in the other groups, I originally intended for person A to be the viewer, but especially in the last group, I don't even know if I said this in particular, I felt like it could have been reversed very easily. So it's just honestly, listen to both energies and see if there's one that sounds more like you and more like them. And it's going to be their energy, your energy, and then also the connecting energy, the energy of the relationship itself at the present time. And then I'm going to use tarot to get into the blessings that this relationship is bringing you and get advice on how to make sure you're opening up to the most positive outcomes for yourself and for this relationship and for the most positive blessings that you could possibly receive. So that is what we're doing. So I'm going to start by separating these cards. So this is your connecting energies. We have person A over here, person B over here. And as I had the same problem with the other groups, these are big cards, and ow, that's hot. These are big cards, and I had some trouble fitting them all in, and then also I had to move my setup around, so I'm a little off center and a little off kilter, but bear with me. I am going to start with person A as usual. And I'm just going to go one at a time. So first of all, as you might have noticed, I have these character cards here, which I used to get some more information about energies. So for person A in this group, we have Penelope Featherington from Bridgerton, particularly the show. I actually did read her book at some point, but I'm mostly familiar with the show character. And you don't have to be familiar with any of these characters. I'm going to talk about how they relate to this reading when we get into it. So for your tarot card, we have the Knight of Wands, which in this deck is pretty cool. I don't know if you can see, he's pretty dark, but he's kind of like a wolfy, bearish kind of thing. So we have a very interesting mix of energies already, with Penelope and then, yeah, I had this problem before. All right, we're gonna do it all right, let me show you your angel card first. We have Adventure with I face the adventure of life eagerly. So you can always pause this and read the card, but I'm just going to use the words on the card specifically, and also you could take the affirmation if you want, because that feels actually, yeah, with the Knight of Wands, that feels pretty relevant. All right, so I feel like I put the cards in different positions for every group, but I'm going to put them like that. We're just going to, yeah, that's fine. All right, so we have Adventure, Knight of Wands, and Penelope Featherington. So, okay, this is interesting, because it's I feel like Adventure and Knight of Wands go together very well. And then the character that we got for person A is a bit different, than that energy. Okay, so let's start with the Knight of Wands and Adventure. So the Knight of Wands, to me, is a very spirited, fast-moving knight. Not the fastest, that's the Knight of Swords, but Knight of Wands, very spiritual, fiery energy, charging forward, adventurous, excited for whatever's next in life. So I feel like this person, whether it's you or the other person in this relationship, could be very adventurous and maybe very like opening up to a new adventure in their life, or embracing their adventurous nature. It could be something that's always been a part of them or a part of you, but it could also be something that's rather new. I feel like with Penelope Featherington here, she's a character who begins her role in the show and in the books as a bit of a wallflower and someone who's often overlooked and who doesn't like to put herself out there, but she also has an alter ego who is really kind of sly and interested in listening to gossip and speaking about it and using her voice. And it's like two separate parts of her identity. And then eventually those two parts have to come together and merge into one. And she has to step out into the light and like be herself. And embrace, if she wants to get what she wants basically out of life, she has to embrace a more outgoing nature. And so for a lot of you, I do feel like this is something that is new, that it's being called into your or this person's life to embrace adventure, to embrace your adventurous side that maybe you have not done before, and to get off the wall and go out and explore, whatever that means to you. Adventure looks different to everyone, and honestly, it can be sometimes more of an attitude than even an action, in that like even a trip to the store can be an adventure if you're adventurous about it, right? If you're curious, if you're excited, if you're open to any manner of things happening, to trying something new, you know, like all of that is part of being adventurous. And so yeah, so I feel like on this side of things, we've got a very adventurous spirit. Also, with this particular Knight of Wands, he's got that like little lightning strike on his palm. He's a little creepy. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I love this, like, not in a I love this Knight of Wands, but like, you know, he's got those yellow eyes. He's like, you can kind of hardly tell what he is. It's a little uncanny valley. He's like in between different creatures. I get a little bit of werewolf vibes from him, I'm not gonna lie. And I say him, I mean, it doesn't matter what the gender is. Also, I would say, with Penelope and the Knight of Wands here, I feel like there's a balance of masculine and feminine energy, which again, it doesn't have to do with gender, but just is like the energy, the vibe, of like what this person or what you might be in. So I feel like there is a balance here. And perhaps there is also a moving from feminine energy into more masculine energy, if this embracing of adventure is a newer thing, and it's kind of like you're going from being a little bit more held back to a little bit more out there in the world, like taking more action. Maybe for some of you, you or this other person are shifting into a more masculine energy, but I do feel like there's a balance here, so I don't feel like it's like getting too out of balance or anything like that. So, yeah, but with this Knight of Wands, like, it's possible that for a lot of you, there is something like maybe your adventurous nature is more of a hidden part of you. It's a little bit less known by others in your life even. So it might be something that's newer to you, but also to other people, and a bit mysterious, and maybe even a bit like scary to other people. I don't want to say it like other people are scared of you, but maybe there are some people who are taken aback or would be taken aback by your adventurous side. And I've been slipping into saying you, so for a lot of you, this might be you. Because I didn't do that as much in other groups, but for some of you, if this is the other person, maybe that's a side to them that is new to you, or that you haven't experienced before, or that makes you kind of nervous. Not in like, it's not like a sinister way, but in like a way that it's just, you know, when you learn something about someone that you've maybe known for a while and you thought you had them pinned down, but then you realize that there's more to them than you thought, and that kind of makes you nervous, even though it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's like that kind of thing. And that's very Penelope vibes. Like, that's like, yeah, people learning about her true self and the other side of her that they weren't aware of is a bit of a scary thing for some of them, for various reasons, without me getting like into spoilers and like really into the show. Like, it's something that a lot of people have to adjust to and figure out how they can interact now with this person who they've known for a long time, but who they never fully saw. You know what I mean? And it's not that they, it was anyone's fault. It was, if anything, Penelope was keeping herself really hidden for various reasons, But it's kind of like now that's all coming out, and it's like, okay, how do we adjust to this, right? So there might be something like that with this person, whether it's you or another person, where it feels like there's an adjustment period for even yourself, but also maybe for people around you in terms of like stepping into this new you or stepping into the new them. That's just something that maybe you're facing right now or they're facing right now. So let's move on to person B. So we have Faramir from Lord of the Rings, and we have the Empress and acceptance with I accept myself and others. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Once again, I'm just going to have to do it like this. And I'll hold this up so if you want to like pause this or screenshot it and read it, you can do that. But yeah. Okay. So with the Empress here, first of all, like I said, I think there's a pretty good balance of like both sides have like a masculine and feminine, like, again, it doesn't have to do with gender, but I do feel like Penelope does have like more feminine attributes, Faramir more masculine attributes. You could find both in like whatever. The point is, I feel like there's balanced energies on both sides. With the Empress here for person B, I feel like let's start with, okay, we'll get to the Empress. Let's start with Faramir and acceptance, because and this is mostly coming from my knowledge of Faramir from the movies rather than the book, so if there are differences, forgive me, but that's just where my knowledge is more. So Faramir is a character who, he is like the less beloved son of his father, and so that's a big part of his character, is not seeing his own worth because his father won't see his own worth, and being constantly overshadowed by his brother. But he also is, while he goes through some bitterness with this, he's also very, like, duty is very important to him, his duty to his kingdom. Although it's not really his, it's kind of like his father is the steward of Gondor, but he's not really the, like, true king, because that's a whole part of the story, is that the true king has not taken the throne, you know what I mean? So, like, it's kind of like he's already part of a family that doesn't necessarily, like, quote-unquote belong in power where they are, but they're doing their best for the people there, or, well, some of them want to do their best. Some of them are not really helping the cause. So, like, as I was saying, his father is someone who is just, yeah, he's kind of let bitterness get to him, and he's really not a good dad to Faramir. And Faramir loves his brother Boromir, but Boromir was the beloved son and not, and overshadowed Faramir a lot. And it's just really sad, honestly, but Faramir's like, he's a good dude, he's a good dude. He's just a little beat down and a little defeated, and he ends up having to, he goes through a lot, but he ends up finding himself towards the end of the films. And though we don't focus as much on his character, like, there's a strong sense of, like, compassion and, like, feeling towards Faramir. I feel like you feel when you're watching the film, and I do feel that he eventually finds his own sense of self-worth, although it's not, like, the biggest part of the conclusion of the story that we see. And I do feel like with I accept myself and others and Faramir, that makes sense. So this person is in a place of self-acceptance. And I feel like with the Empress, the, like, motherly, feminine, caring figure, for a lot of people, this person, whether that's you or the other person, is learning to really nurture themselves and care for themselves in a way that maybe they weren't growing up. And that could be very literal. Like, they could have even a troubled family dynamic like Faramir had. It could also be more figurative in that whether their family dynamic was abusive or toxic or anything like that or not, it was like something that they didn't really that they needed, that they didn't get when they were growing up or through a certain part of their life, they are now giving to themselves, which can happen regardless of the intentions of the people around you sometimes, and we all have those aspects, but I feel like they are coming into acceptance of some part of themselves that perhaps wasn't accepted as they were growing up or wasn't accepted by them when they were younger, and they are nurturing that now. And also becoming more interested in perhaps nurturing others as well. This could be like a motherly figure in literally, like it could be someone who's a mother or a parent. Not for everyone. I don't feel like that's necessarily, I feel like a lot of that it is about personal self-acceptance. This also could be a very creative person as well, and very sensitive in some ways. And maybe the sensitivity is the aspect of themselves that they rejected in the past that they are learning to accept. And I'm looking at the way that the Empress is also like peering over towards the Knight of Wands. So perhaps this is like someone who has a lot of care and nurturing feeling towards the Knight of Wands as well. And another thing I want to say, actually, with Faramir and Penelope, both of these characters have dealt with, in very different ways, have dealt with being overlooked by their parent figure, and have dealt with being the odd one out of their siblings, being less accepted than their siblings in some way or another. So that actually might be something that both person A and B relate to and connect on. And perhaps that is also, perhaps that's something that like person B sees in person A, and maybe that's the reason why they're drawn to them or curious about them or interested in them in some way. I don't know what kind of relationship this is, but yeah, that could be an aspect of it. It also feels like I'm getting the feeling that this person B, I keep being drawn to like all the apples that the Empress is holding in her dress, and perhaps with this person having been focused on acceptance of self, nurturing themselves, it's like they feel like they have a lot of abundance, a lot to give to person A. So I wonder if there's an aspect of that as well. If person B feels like they have a lot of, they like maybe want to bring some of that nurturing over to person A. And if person A is, the one who is coming out into the limelight now, embracing a new part of themselves, person B might actually recognize that and want to support that. Because perhaps that's part of the journey that they've been through in self-acceptance as well. Okay. Interesting. So let's get into the connecting energies now. So we have the tarot card, the Tower, and we have use your power with the number 9. So that's number 9, another 9 that 19, Empress is 3, Tower is 16, which is a 7, because of 1 plus 7. Anyway, yeah, so any of those numbers could be important, but yeah, the Tower and use your power. I hope you can see this. It's hard for me to tell. I have to cover it up a little bit, but all right. So the connecting energies between the two. Oh, okay. I am remembering, I feel like when this tower card first fell out, it fell out sort of like reverse. I don't remember why I flipped it upright exactly. But I feel like for a lot of you, this relationship could be going through some kind of tower moment, but it could be more like it's caused an internal tower moment for both of you. Like some kind of shock or realization of your own power, perhaps. Something that just came up was like almost like your power to influence other people or your power to hurt other people. And when I said hurt other people, I don't know if there's actually like anyone's been hurt in this relationship here. Obviously take that as it resonates, but I feel like what I more mean is like some kind of recognition that your actions and words do actually affect other people. Like your presence and your life, you do have the power to affect other people in all sorts of different ways. And for some of you, whether it's on your side or their side or both, because this is a connecting energy, for some of you it's almost like there could have been some kind of conflict here, or something that happened here where each of you realized how much you've impacted the other person, or how much you've been impacted by the other person. And it centers around like personal power, like not realizing that you could be that significant, like realizing your own significance in some way in someone else's life and someone else's significance in your life. I don't get that it's like inherently like a negative or turbulent experience. It could be for some of you. There could be some aspect of, oh wow, I didn't realize that this person cared so much what I thought, and I said some things that might have hurt them, and vice versa. But it also could just be something happened that made both of you realize how important you are to one another, and how powerful you are in one another's lives, and maybe also in general. There's something about like not knowing your own strength or something like that, you know? And you know what? That's interesting with Penelope over here, and Faramir, because I feel like in their own ways, both characters feel insignificant, feel overlooked by the people in their lives. In Penelope's case, it's by society, basically, and by all the people. Like, she's a woman in like the, I don't know, early 19th century. Yeah, that's like the early 1800s. And she's like from she's the whole marriage mart, like she's trying to find a husband kind of thing, but she's always been a wallflower, so like at dances and parties and stuff, she goes overlooked. Her mom dresses her in fashions that just don't really suit her, and so like she has to take it into her own hands eventually and like get the kind of dresses that she wants and stuff like that. And then, like I said, she does have an alter ego who does wield a certain amount of power, but that like wielding of power that she takes on comes from like hiding herself and not fully showing her full face. And it also comes from a place of like wanting to take power for herself, where she really feels like she can't have any in her like situation just as she is. And for Faramir, he's definitely overlooked by his father, and it's really sad, honestly, because he does have an important role to play in his own way in the story at hand. Every character does. And he discounts his own life almost to the point of his own death, before, other people around him do care for him and do see him and do pay attention and save his life. And, he goes on to live. And but it's just one of those things where both characters really do have that element. Oh, yeah. So I feel like for both of you, there's some kind of aspect of realizing your power. And like I said, there could be something involved where you realize like almost like a negative impact that you could possibly have or could have had. Like some of you maybe very literally, like Penelope, have wielded their power in a way that potentially kind of hurt people at times. But at the same time, I don't think it's entirely negative, even if there are aspects of that. I think it's kind of like realizing, oh, wow, I really do have an impact, and I want to take responsibility for my own impact on others. And since this is the energy of the connection, I do feel like it has to do with how you interact with one another, whoever that you are to one another. I do feel like it is this feeling of realizing that you maybe want to make sure that you're choosing your words carefully, or really taking a moment to step back if you're feeling heated in an argument or something like that, and wanting to do right by other people, by yourself, and by the other person in this relationship. Okay. All right. Well, let's get into the blessings now. Let's get into that. So one thing, it's not necessarily that there's like been some kind of conflict for all of you. For some of you, you could be helping each other realize your power, recognize your power just through like maybe the tower moment here for you guys has been like a conversation where you both have been mutually supportive of each other and recognized and seen aspects of each other that haven't been seen by others. Maybe it's being honest about feeling overlooked or having a past where perhaps your families didn't see your value in some kind of way. There could be an element of that. It's not about like some kind of conflict that happened in this relationship. But it also doesn't have to have been like a direct conversation. I feel like for some of you, it could have been a realization that happened maybe after some kind of interaction or conversation that, again, like it could have been something that was heated or an argument, or it could have just been like some kind of positive interaction. It doesn't really matter. I feel like the ultimate impact of it is positive for both of you on your lives, even if regardless of what the situation like actually has been. But I feel like this is something that also could be in the process of happening now too. Like maybe this relationship is changing in some kind of way through whatever happened here. And for some of you, there could be an element here of like standing up to each other has woken you up to your own power. Like maybe there's a situation where you each had to stand up to the other in some way, like something wasn't working here. That I don't think that's for everyone, but in its own way, that can be a very positive thing, even if it doesn't feel positive in the moment. Yeah, let's get into the blessings. Let's talk about that, because I do. Okay. We have the Three of Wisdom, which is the Three of Cups. I feel like for a lot of you, this is generally pretty positive relationship. And even if there has been conflict, that can sometimes serve to make a relationship deeper. If you're able to have conflict with someone and work through it, you reach another level of security with that person. And this could be for any kind of relationship, friendships as well as romantic. Okay, 10 of Pentacles. What blessings for pile 3, group 3? 9 of Swords. Wheel of Fortune reverse. The Star. Okay. I know it's kind of busy out here, but alright, I think that's all the cards I'm going to get for you guys. But, alright, so first thing that popped out, Three of Wisdom, which is also the Three of Cups. Definitely friendship and fun, celebration. I feel like this could be a friendship, but even if it's like a romantic relationship or something like that, there is a definite foundation of friendship, of fun, of just like lighthearted fun. I feel like perhaps for a lot of you, that is something that you are gaining or stand to gain from this relationship. For some of you, the Tower moment thing and the use your power card could be about having met this person. So that could have been a huge shift for you guys. Maybe this relationship is the Tower in your life, in some kind of way. It's like meeting this person has helped you open up to a new kind of relationship, whether friendship or romantic, where you are coming into a new version of yourself and stepping into your power in a new way. And because of that, this person has come into your life or this person has helped you do that and bring that further into your life. They like that part of you. With the 10 of Pentacles, now that came out in reverse. I don't always take these cards in reverse, but I've been doing that in this reading. 10 of Pentacles reversed. So this could be, because like the 10 of Pentacles is kind of like the ultimate like generational wealth, material satisfaction and things like that. But as a blessing in reverse, I feel like this relationship is helping you feel your worth internally, like feel worthwhile. One or both of you might be in a place where you're not as financially secure as you want to be, or you're just like not as materially successful, quote unquote, as you want to be at some point in your life, but you are supporting each other regardless. So it's kind of like awakening you to your own self-worth without needing the material validation for that. So this is a relationship that's not based on material wealth. It's not based on what you can give to each other on a superficial level. It's deeper than that, and it helps you recognize your own self-worth and self-power. And yeah, and I feel like it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, like I was into this thing before it was cool. I knew this person before, you know, they were successful, wealthy, whatever. Like I was there from the start, you know, like they're showing you that you don't just need that you never, and even if, like, for some of you this could be a newer relationship, newer friendship. I think for a lot of you that's the case. For those of you, if it's like a long-standing one, like a long-term friendship or even a long-term relationship, it's maybe the realization that this person has liked you or loved you or been friends with you for a long time before you were quote unquote cool, or before you had, you know, whatever material wealth you have now, or before you had whatever kind of success you have now. And it's almost like coming to the realization that you always had that worth, and that if you were in environments or around people who didn't like, who were more shallow or who were more interested in who you are now and what you can give them, that's not the totality of reality. It's almost like you could have overlooked this relationship for what it was, and then have come back to a place of really valuing yourself, or learning to value yourself, and again, in a real way, and realize that there were people there all along who were supportive of you and who liked you and cared about you just as you were, no matter what, you know, what clothing you were wearing, or what you looked like, or what you had, you know, like what kind of money or material goods you had. And so, yeah, it's like this is not a very materialistic relationship. This is one where you are both in it for who each other is, right? With the 9 of intelligence here, so that's the 9 of swords. And I feel like a blessing that you have to gain from this relationship is an undoing of like old anxieties or old patterns that have dogged you. And actually, I'm going to read from the little booklet for this one because I feel like it, if I remember correctly, it puts it really well. Yeah. Looking at how thoughts can create turmoil and finding a way to observe them from a dispassionate space of stillness. Yeah, so this connection might challenge a lot of your old beliefs about yourself, about the world, about other people, because this person just doesn't fit whatever like cynical or fear-based narratives you have. And those narratives may have come from your upbringing. I think for a lot of you, your upbringing is very important to this, or even if it wasn't your parental home, some type of environment that you've been in hasn't been very nurturing in the past, you know, and maybe has instilled in you some more cynical, I would say, ideas about like relationships, about people, about friendships, about anything like that. And so this is a relationship that's really getting you to look at that and reassess it. And they could be someone who's literally helping you heal something. Like this could be a friend, or even just a connection with someone who is in some kind of healing field who works with that kind of thing. Or they might just be able to relate to you on some kind of level where you can have conversations about this that highlights for you the truth, you know, that highlights for you where your beliefs that are just not serving you can be put to rest because they're not true. They don't have to be true. With the Wheel of Fortune over here in reverse, again, it's almost kind of a similar message to the 10 of Pentacles reverse. It's like, this is a relationship that's there for the ups and the downs, you know what I mean? Of life. It's not one that's like, oh, when you're up, you know, I'm all about you, but when you're down, I don't want anything to do with you kind of thing. Like, yeah, it's just not shallow. It's just not like, if you're going through you can go through your highs and lows with this person, right? I feel like that is another blessing of this relationship, because perhaps you have a lot of experience with relationships where it's just kind of like when you're up and you have friends, and when you're down, like, you lose people, or just people aren't down for that journey. And I feel like this person is, this is one of your people, and they are down for you if you're in the best of spirits and if you're not. And I don't think that's, because I feel like on the one hand, you can think of that as, what am I trying to say? I feel like if you're like, yeah, you don't have to be at the top of your game for this person to love you, care about you, and be in your life. I also do feel like with the 9 of intelligence here, like, they are someone who will highlight or call you on your, like, cynical beliefs or old patterns and habits, or help you move through those things. So, like, they might be down for you no matter where you're at in your life, but they're also, like, they're not going to let you stay there. I don't get it, like, a sense where, like, it's someone who's trying to control you or be overly involved, but, like, I feel like that you can go to this person to help get you out of the mental, like, space that you're in, because that it's not true, and this person is helping you recognize that. It also might not even be direct. It could just be through your relationship with them, through the conversations that you have, through the ways that you relate to each other. You organically and naturally start to release some of these old patterns and things like that. But yeah, no, it's just like a sense that they're here for you, like, through the ups and downs and no matter what, and that's something that's really important for you to recognize and to have in your life, because I think it breaks down a lot of the old belief systems that were possibly instilled in you by other people in your life who had different ideas about what the world is like and about how relationships function. That is a much more, like, tit for tat, like, power struggle, that came up again. That keeps coming up in these readings. Like, they've all been different, but that's been a thing that keeps coming up, is the idea of seeing a relationship as something where it's mutually supportive and beneficial, rather than something where you're trying to win it, you know what I mean? Or you have to, like, change yourself for it, or, like, do it right, you know what I mean? It's just like, with this, there's no strings attached. It's not like that, and I feel like that's really significant for you. And then with the star here, I mean, I do feel like this relationship is helping you recognize your potential in whatever way that whatever that means for you. It could be your potential in terms of a career. It could be your potential in terms of just, like, what kind of life that you can lead in general. It could be your potential in terms of your outlook on life. Like, what is possible for you, right? Is beyond perhaps what other people have told you about life. And maybe this person believes in, like, a much gentler or more beautiful world or existence, or more hopeful existence. I feel like this brings you a lot of hope. It brings you a lot of perspective that you didn't have before. And it's kind of like, it's one of those things where you get a choice in this life, right? About how you approach it. So you can approach life through a perspective that we might call fear-based, cynical, and that can be your reality, and that can be how you live. But you have a choice, and there's also the option to live in a world that's more loving and caring and giving and full of infinite potential, and not limited by fear at all. And I feel like that is something that this relationship helps open you up to, and perhaps you both do that for each other. I definitely feel like this other person is helping you with that, especially. It doesn't matter which person you are on which side of the energy check. I feel like both of you, although the semantics may be different, are familiar with being in a place where you feel limited, and you feel like the people around you perhaps just are living in a lifestyle or living from a perspective that doesn't resonate with what you truly believe in and what you truly want. And I feel like you find that in each other, no matter what kind of relationship this is. And I think that is excellent. That's great. There was the 3 of charisma, which is the 3 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck. And that is, to me, all about like working together, having fun together, but like working together, perhaps you do like encourage each other in work, or you work together in some way. Or you just have fun together. Like these people are like, I mean, they're fighting together because this is a D&D deck, so they're like battling dragons and whatnot. But you know, like maybe you also, maybe you do work together, or maybe you start working together, or have some kind of creative project together, or something like that. But yeah, I feel like you bring out the best in each other, even if that is not something that is immediately apparent in this relationship. It will be revealed over time. Yeah, you bring out the best in each other in some way. And when I say the best, I mean whatever you feel like your best is. You know, you'll know when you feel that, right? When you're like, ooh, this is the person I want to be. Ooh, this is the energy I want to embody. That's your best, right? And it could look different for everyone, but for you, it's just like, what does that feel like? And so that's how you know, I feel like that this is the person who brings that to you. And I also feel like it's not like every relationship won't have its ups and downs, or that you can't have like arguments with people and still have a really beneficial like relationship. It's not that, like, that could be part of this relationship as well. But I feel like overall, the bigger picture here is that you do bring out the best in each other. You challenge each other's darkest thought patterns and things like that, and you bring each other into the light, and you help each other recognize your power. And I'm saying each other, like, I think you both, in all relationships, both people are getting something out of it. It could be, because I'm focused on the blessings that this relationship is bringing you, it could be that what you bring the other person is a bit different than what they bring you. But I definitely feel for you, this is what they do for you. But just like any relationship, it's always mutually beneficial in some way, whatever the semantics are, and whether or not you can recognize what you're bringing to another person. You know, you're always bringing something. You don't have to know it. You know, like you don't have to know like literally what it is in order to trust that. But also, yeah, I do feel like this is overall a very positive connect. I mean, we're looking at blessings, so it better be. but you know. So yeah, let's get some guidance in terms of like whatever wants to come through, but also if there's anything in particular to bringing out the best in this relationship and really opening up to receive these blessings from this relationship. Let's see if there's any guidance for that. So, okay. All right, we're gonna take. These all fell out like one after the other. Okay. Oh, there's two people on this card. Okay, we have Grace and Antoinette. To help heal the situation, see the other person's point of view with compassion. Okay. So for some of you, if there has been some kind of conflict here or falling out, perhaps there is some healing that's needed. But I also think one thing this relationship might bring to you, might open you up to, or that you might have to open up to in order to receive the blessings more, is opening up to seeing other people's perspectives. That's possibly something that maybe you've been shut down to for one reason or another, and maybe this is going to help you do that, and or opening up to other people's perspectives will help you open up more to this person's perspective as well. Especially for those of you for whom this is maybe like a newer person and you're still sussing them out. We have Serena with, I am the angel of abundance. You will receive the money that you need, and God is in charge of how that will happen. Have faith. Yeah, so for some of you, maybe you are in the midst of like manifesting some kind of abundance for yourself, like life that you want and whatnot. And that's where this person, you know, they're still with you no matter what. And like you might not be where you want to be, but they're down, you know, for you no matter what, and they'll help you get there. But also, in general, I mean, Serena has come out actually, she came out in at least one other pile. So, one other group. So, I think a lot of you in general are just embracing a more abundant mindset, not just in material abundance, but in like love and relationships as well. We have Athena with, it is safe for you to be powerful. Right? Oh, I'm going to put it right over the use your power card. Oh my god, yeah. So there's something here about stepping into your power, about embracing your power. You know how to be powerful in a loving way that benefits others as well as yourself. Yeah, that's the key. Ooh, for some of you, it's like this is helping you step into your power in a way. And like to step into your power, something that you have to embrace is the idea that being powerful doesn't have to be like, it doesn't have to be toxic or like power is not like a negative thing. It's how you use it, right? We also have Xana with, you are protected from all types of harm. The worst is now behind you. I ask you to relax and feel safe. Yeah, for some of you, it's like feeling safe using your power, right? Like maybe you have examples of people like Penelope and Faramir didn't really have the best necessarily role models to look up to when it came to power in their lives, and it's like it's about finding a new way to use power or to see power so that you can still have it, but not use it in the way that others in your life have used it to hurt people or even to hurt you, and trusting that you can do that. So let's read from the book now. All right, Grace and Antoinette. To help heal the situation, see the other person's point of view with compassion. This misunderstanding has occurred because of judgments about the other person's motives and character. To heal the situation, the judgments need to be released. Instead of seeing someone as good or bad, have compassion and know that everyone is doing the best they can. Instead of pitying someone, see that person's inner strength and godliness. In that way, you encourage divine light to be expressed within the other person and yourself. You are projecting something from your own shadow side onto the other person. So, this situation is an opportunity for you to clear away an ego issue. Simply affirm, I am willing to release that part of me that is irritated when I think of you. We angels are helping to heal this situation miraculously so that everyone will forgive and forget judgments and act responsibly. Compassion is key. So, yeah, for some of you, maybe that tower moment was some kind of disagreement or argument or something like that. Or like, this could be the kind of relationship where these blessings aren't necessarily apparent up front because maybe sometimes it is a difficult relationship or you don't always see eye to eye. And that can come from your own personal judgments around, based on your past preconceptions of things or past relationships. So that could be something where you might have a little bit of an irritation or a judgment around this person or this relationship, and it might not be about anything they specifically said or did, but it could be. And so opening up to healing that is something that will help you reap the blessings of this relationship. Obviously, like, I'm talking about a relationship that overall is positive or has the potential to be really positive, but just like maybe your own fears and judgments get in the way, and maybe theirs do as well. But also, I feel like one thing that this person could be bringing to you is, like I said, opening up to other people's perspectives, because perhaps this person, maybe one place where you differ or disagree is that maybe this person is more outwardly accepting of other people's perspectives, or maybe just more open to them, or like less judgmental of them in some way. And that might not always resonate with you, because we can always have, like, especially if we've been through some tumultuous things in our past and dealt with other people in a way that was really threatening or harmful to us, we can, put up those walls where we push people's perspectives away easily if they just don't mesh with us. We're very, we're very protective of ourselves. And perhaps even if we don't push people away outwardly, we push them away internally, where we're like, okay, like, I just don't like you. I don't like your perspective. I don't see where you're coming from. And that's that. And I'm not going to dig into that. And perhaps this person challenges that a little bit. Maybe they're very different in how they deal with other people and other perspectives. And it might take some time for you to understand where that's coming from. But it also might be a beneficial aspect of this relationship for you, because perhaps in some ways it's the universe kind of asking you to open up to other perspectives as well, in your own time, in your own pace. But maybe that's another thing that that could be even like a point of friction for the two of you, even if it's not an outward argument. Maybe it's just something you notice about them that makes you uncomfortable, and it's kind of like you have to go into that and look at that and see where is that coming from within me, and is this something that is a problem that I need to deal with outwardly? Is it something that I need to deal with inwardly? Like, what are we doing here? And so I feel like that could be an aspect of this relationship. Also, since there are two people on this card, this might be one of the mutual things that you two are working through together as well. We also have Serena. Let's move on to Serena. Serena, where are you? Here we are. I am the angel of abundance. You will receive the money that you need, and God is in charge of how that will happen. Have faith. God is the source of all your good. Release all your cares and worries to me, and I will bring them directly to God. The more that you surrender the situation to heaven, the more open you become. Your openness, like outstretched arms, welcomes the gifts that we bring you. When you worry, however, it closes you down. It then becomes more difficult for us to deliver your gifts. You don't notice your gifts, or you push them away. God's infinite creativity means that your financial support will come in unexpected ways. One of the reasons why you worry is because you don't know how your money will be delivered. You can release these worries by completely relying on God's wisdom and care. Notice your repetitive thoughts, feelings, and ideas. They are our way of communicating divine guidance to you. As you follow these divine directives, your supply comes to you on the wings of angels, without delay or reservation. The more that you can relax and trust, the faster we can bring these gifts your way. Yeah, so I think opening up to any kind of abundance also means opening up in every kind of way. And so I feel like that may help you open up in this relationship as well. If you are feeling less like worried and shut down about your material situation or about like your relationships in your life, if you are able to sink into trust of the universe, of God, of whatever you want to believe in, if there's anything that you can do to like build up your sense of faith in even yourself, things like that, that can help you be more open to accepting the blessings of this relationship and of other relationships that are in your life. Like I said, if this is a future relationship, because it could be a future relationship, these might be ways of you inviting this kind of person into your life as well. Someone who will help you grow, who will be there for you to help you realize your power, and also who's there for you not just because of something on the surface that they find appealing, but because of who you truly are. And then we have Athena. Let's read Athena. Also, in general, if you're just like looking for like material abundance, or something in your financial life to change, Serena is a good sign and here to help you. So embrace that. So we have Athena with, it is safe for you to be powerful. This one, yeah, big one. You know how to be powerful in a loving way that benefits others as well as yourself. So you have been afraid of your own power. You have worried that others would disapprove of you or leave you if you allowed your true power to shine. You have also been concerned that you might abuse your power and that your masculine energy would become unbalanced. I am here to help you reveal your power to yourself and others in a way that enhances your relationships, self-esteem, and life purpose. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like what I said. I almost feel like this could be this person talking to you as well, but it also could be something you just need to hear in order to like open up to the blessing of this relationship as well. Your power comes from love, from God. You who are made in the image and likeness of your Creator have unlimited power within you right now. You aren't capable of abusing your power because your heart chakra has opened like a flower in bloom. Think of a person whom you admire who is both powerful and balanced. For some of you, maybe that's this person. For others of you, maybe it's not, but, do the exercise. Who is both powerful and balanced in their masculine and feminine energies. Such power. Oh, and I was saying there's like a balance of masculine and feminine energies here on both sides. Oh my God, guys. Yeah. Okay. It's all coming together. I love that. I love when that happens. It also amplifies your spiritual healing and psychic gifts. You are a strong and powerful light worker, and God needs you to accept and reveal your power. Yeah. So this is definitely someone coming into your life who's already in your life, what have you, who is helping you in some way, shape, or form accept your power and use it and fulfill your potential, whatever that looks like. And it's great. And one thing that you can do to help emphasize this blessing in this relationship is consciously work towards accepting your power and notice where you're afraid of it. Because, like this said, you're either afraid of not being accepted by others when you use your power, but like I said, this is a person who will accept that and can match you in that energy. And whether they're in your life already or they're coming into your life, like they will meet you there, and they are not afraid of your power. They're also powerful as well. But also, if you're afraid of abusing your power because other people have maybe abused their power in your life, it's, emphasizing that it's possible to heal from that and to just be conscious of that and allow yourself to ease into a new perspective. And this relationship may be here to really help you do that, but it's also helpful if you can open up to that, no matter if this person's in your life or not, or if they are, reaching out to them more, interacting with them more, maybe even opening up these kinds of conversations could potentially help you ease fears that you have around that. And then we have Xana with, you are protected from all types of harm. The worst is now behind you. I ask you to relax and feel safe. No matter what has happened in your past, your present, and no matter what has happened in your past, your present and future are now safely protected by angels. I am helping you to heal from past upsets or trauma. I am helping you to heal your heart of worry or fear. I am here to help you release any self-sabotaging thoughts or behavior. I am here, in other words, to help you enjoy a renewed sense of safety and peace of mind. The other angels and I stand guard around you, your home, your family, your vehicles, and your workplace. You can rest assured that no lower energies can permeate our protective field. We only allow the energy of love to enter wherever you or loved ones reside. All expressions of fear are transmuted back to the field of illusions from whence they came. God and the angels ask that you relax and enjoy yourself, for your happiness brings a smile to heaven. Which brings it back to what I said about just like embracing fun and lightheartedness with this person. I feel like that's something that you can also embrace within yourself now. And you might have some things that you are healing from that. As you heal from them, it will help you become lighter and lighter. And this is saying that, you can ask for help with that, and this relationship can also help you with that. And yeah, any of those past situations that you've dealt with, people that you've dealt with, you're letting them go. You can work to let them go. It will take as much time as it needs to take, and there's no rush, but it's just kind of like, just allow those old things to go. I think you've been really setting aside some, like I said, like toxic family dynamics, or it could be a workplace situation or friendship situation or all of the above, whatever it is, you're really letting that go. And that is allowing this relationship, whether it's a new, old, present relationship, whatever it is, the blessings that you've gained from it to really shine through and to embrace your full power and potential, because I really feel like that's what this is all about. And what this person is helping you with in one way or another. So, I hope that's helpful for you. And congratulations. Going back to that 19, which also simplifies to a 10, you're definitely at the end of some kind of difficult cycle and stepping into a new one, which can sometimes feel scary and dangerous. And it's just like Penelope's story really, really works with that. Both of them do, but I feel like for a lot of you, you are unveiling the new you in some way, shape, or form, and revealing your power more and more, and perhaps that is where this person comes in. So I don't know, but sounds great, and congratulations. So that's all I have for you today. So if you would please like, comment, or subscribe. Also, if you are interested in tarot sessions, in hypnosis, in human design, you can check out our website in the description, sunflowerphilosophy.com. As well, if you are Nope, that's all I got. I don't know what else I was going to say there, but yeah, that's it. So, yeah, hope you have a wonderful day, and I will see you in another reading again sometime soon. Bye! Hi, Group 4. Welcome to your reading all about what blessings this relationship is bringing to you. If you selected this stone or rock, I'm actually not sure what it is, but then you are in the right place if this is the one that you picked. So, for this reading, I have structured it so that I start off doing an energy check, like, you know, like the person A, person B format, and then I get also the energy of the relationship between you, so you can use that as confirmation. I will say, as I've said in the other groups, this can be about a relationship that is currently in your life. I focused mostly on romantic or friendship relationships, but it can be anything, so just take whatever messages resonate. And it can be about a relationship that is even like in the past, like a person who's no longer in your life. It could be about a future relationship, someone who's not in your life. Just kind of take things as they resonate. But I'm going to start off with the energy check, and just to get right into it, we've got, actually, yeah, you've got like 2 Huffy's cards for your middle energy. So we've got person A over here and person B over here. As I've told the other groups, I'm having a little trouble fitting all the cards in frame, so I'm going to be doing my best. We've been making it work. So, as you noticed, I have character cards for each person, and that's just to help me get a bit of more of an energy read on the individuals in this group. I've intended for person A to be the viewer, but it could definitely be switched, so really just take what makes sense to you. So yeah, you might want to wait and hear both energies before you decide if it's for you, but the idea is that it will resonate with an energy that you've been in, are in right now, or are moving towards. And also, I feel like there's something I'm forgetting here. If it's important, it'll come back to me. All right, so let's just like flip over the cards first. So for person A, we have Dick Grayson from DC Comics, also known as Robin, also known as Nightwing. And I'm just going to be using like whatever aspects of the character come up for me that I interpret as important. I know there's many iterations of Dick Grayson across the comics universe. I mean, even with a character who only has like one storyline and one writer, there can be multiple interpretations sometimes. So like, yeah, you're going to have to bear with me, especially if you are a comics fan and you have your own opinions. I'm going to be going based on my personal interpretations of the character and like what comes to mind with them in this particular reading. But yeah, you don't have to know who the character is either for it to resonate, but we'll get to that. So we also have the tarot card, the Sun, and we have the angel card with opportunity, which you can screenshot this if you want, just to like, I'm not going to read the whole card. I've mostly just been taking the word, and also the affirmation as well. I am ready for all opportunities, so that could be important for you as well. So I'm going to fit these in best I can. And I think this is how I've been doing it. And it seems to work. And then we have person B with Pippin from Lord of the Rings, one of the little hobbits. We love Pippin. Pippin's great. We also have the 8 of Cups. And we have aspiration. I aspire to the great and glorious. Like I said, you can screenshot this or read it yourself if you want to pause, but we're going to fit that in over here. We're going to do this. And, my setup, yeah, I had to move my setup around, so that's why I'm also, like, I'm always a little bit tight, but I'm, like, even more so struggling to get everything in today. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're just going to start with those. So I'm going to, yeah, I'll start with person A first. Sometimes I feel like starting with the other person, but I'm going to start with person A first. So, person A. with the Sun, Opportunity, and Dick Grayson. So, there's multiple things coming up. First of all, I feel like the Sun is a very joyful energy. So I feel like whoever this person is may be, at least on the outside, but I think a good significant part of them is a very perhaps joyful, playful, maybe even youthful person. I don't feel like that means that they haven't been through stuff in their life, but more that that's a significant part of their personality, no matter who they are and what they've been through. At the same time, it also could denote a certain time in their life that they're going through at this moment. So, person A could be you. If you are feeling like there's a lot of joy, a reconnection with your inner child, your child self, that you tend to be a very jovial person, that could resonate for you. Or it could just be like there's maybe a lot of happiness in your life or around you right now. For some of you, also the Sun, or it could be another person, the other person in this relationship as well. For some of you, the Sun could denote also, Dick Grayson is sort of technically Batman or Bruce Wayne, whichever side of the coin you want to focus on. It's sort of his son, right? It's like his first son, and he has a bit of there's a lot of his inner conflict or even external conflict and tension comes from his relationship with his adoptive father. And so for some of you, whether this is about you or your person, there could be some kind of element of a difficult parent-child relationship that has played a significant role in your life. Not for everyone. It doesn't have to be it's just a very specific thing that kept coming up. I kept hearing the sun, almost like the sun, but also the sun, So for some of you, this could be, some of you could be a son. You could have a son. The other person in this relationship could be a son, have a son. You know what I mean? So it's something like that could be significant. But yeah, with the Sun card in general, just a joyful, optimistic energy with opportunity, I feel like this is a person who is very optimistic right now and might be seeing or experiencing or having a lot of opportunities. By the way, I'm speaking in present tense, but as I said, this could be past or future, so, take it as you will. But this feels like a very, even opportunistic, I just heard the word, which can sound a little bit, can have some negative connotations, but I think in this case it's not negative at all. Opportunistic, it's someone who is so optimistic and in such a good vibe that they can't miss any good opportunities that come their way. And they're always on the lookout for an opportunity to have fun, to experience joy, to further their own personal growth in positive ways. I feel like that's the vibe over here. I also feel like with Dick Grayson, he's a character who, like I said, he has his, he has his turmoil, he has his issues, depending on which depiction of him you're focusing on. I also interpret him, though, as he's a really strong leader, and he does, especially in a lot of his iterations as Robin when he's younger, he tends to crack jokes, to be, is also very smart, a very good detective like his father. He was trained by the best, that kind of thing. So those attributes could also be very important. Leadership, intelligence, wittiness. I feel like I said, there's a jovial energy. And I do feel like I'm thinking of the Dick Grayson from Young Justice, season 1 particularly, where he was young, he was still Robin, and he was very much, he would make jokes and, say fun little quips and stuff like that. And it's not that he wasn't, the comic relief character, but it was, still an important part of his personality. I do feel like maybe there's a balance of light and darkness within whichever person this is, whether that's you or the other person. Yeah, especially because, with any Batman character, I associate Batman and his, sort of group of family members and also like villains and heroes, like his whole sector of DC as sort of like the night to like Superman's daytime, you know, like the moon to the sun. So I feel like whoever this person is, person A, has experienced a balance of light and dark in their life, and or has a balance of light and darkness within them that they may contend with, but I do feel like in general have grown through and learned a lot from, no matter what circumstances or internal conflict this is referring to. Like, I feel like they've made the most of it, basically. Circling back over to person B now. So it's so funny. We have Pippin, who's like, I don't even know. It's like, I feel like Pippin is, I don't want to say opposite vibes to Dick Grayson. Because in some ways, I feel like that, like, childlike aspect, like the jovial, joyful aspect that's coming up for person A, that I feel like can come out in Dick Grayson sometimes as a character, is there with Pippin. But Pippin is definitely not like a master detective. There's a much more innocence around him. He is, in The Lord of the Rings, he is one of the younger hobbits who gets swept along on the journey to destroy the ring. And he is... I don't know how he appears in the books. I don't really remember the books that well, but in the films, which I'm very familiar with, he's like like, I love all of the hobbits. I think that they're great. He's definitely one of the ones who begins as more of a comic relief alongside Merry, and he also makes some decisions that are not necessarily the most intelligent, and sometimes gets like, you know, an eye roll from other characters based on his actions. But he also is a character who does, like every character in Lord of the Rings does go through growth and learning, and he does go through his own growth, especially in the later movies. And I love him for it. I love him as, you know, like he really comes into himself. He gets more, he starts off as a very sort of like youthful, innocent spirit, and like a little mischievous, you know. Definitely enjoys like his food, enjoys like some good, like, I don't know, weed. They like smoke some stuff in Lord of the Rings. But he's, you know, he's out for a good time. But he also does demonstrate that he's a very loyal friend. And when he's called to take things more seriously, and when he sees the true reality that's being placed in front of him about like what's happening in the world, and like what needs to be done in order to basically save the world, he does care a lot, and he does step up, and he does grow and step into a more serious persona that doesn't, you know, it doesn't undermine the other aspects of his personality. So I guess maybe he's kind of like Dick Grayson, like a little balanced as well, but he's less known for his intellect, that's for sure. And I don't want to say that in like a bad way, or say that as something that has to do with like person B's like intelligence or anything like that. Like, not at all. I love Pippin, and I think he's great, and he is definitely smart. He has his moments where he definitely like demonstrates that he knows what's going on. I just think he prefers to live in that like more childlike, youthful, innocent energy, and you know, that's more of what we see him in throughout the films until the end. But with Eight of Cups and Aspiration here, so this could be someone who is going through their like Pippin journey, where they're moving, like they might be on a journey, have been through a journey where they are aspiring towards more in their life. Like, they might be someone who, not for everyone, but for some of you, might be someone who was pretty satisfied with where they were at, but they recently, or around this connection, I don't know, have tapped into some aspects of life that they want to explore deeper. Like, maybe they want to deepen their understanding of the world around them in some way. Maybe there's a certain path of study that they want to pursue, or career path they want to pursue. Maybe it's specifically in the realm of relationships. It could be aspiring to a deeper relationship, a relationship with someone who feels like a soulmate, a very serious relationship, whereas maybe in the past they were less serious. And it doesn't have to be that specifically. It could be any of those kinds of things. But I do feel like there's almost something where they're stepping into they're looking for more than they once were out of life. And almost like they might be walking away from some of their, like, more, I don't even want to say, like, shallow aspects, because that, I mean, for some people that could be the case, and maybe they actually see it that way, or you actually see it that way if this is you. But it also could just be, like, okay, I think for some people it's like they're ready to take certain aspects of life more seriously. It's funny because I almost feel like it's like the opposite in some ways, where this person over here, person A, might have gone from taking life very seriously and having dealt with a lot of very serious things to moving into a more jovial, joyful, less, more lighthearted energy. And this person's almost like taking the steps in the opposite direction, moving towards something more serious for them. And it wouldn't exactly be in the same exact way. Like, I don't necessarily think it's, in some cases it could be, but I don't think it's necessarily because this person has experienced like some kind of like deep personal trauma, but they might have become more aware of certain things that make them more inclined to take certain aspects of life seriously. Like, they want to step up in some way. Like, something happened around them or in their life, or just like they became aware of certain things that made them want to step up in some way and leave behind some of their old, maybe, ways of being, of doing. There might also be something here, because we have like this like kind of childlike figure wrapped in this lion's cloak. So there might be something here about perhaps this person growing up like in a sheltered life or sheltered experience, or feeling like they've been very protected for a lot of their life, and stepping into an era where they can like extend that protection to other people, if that makes sense. So that might be something, an element to this person as well, this energy of where they're at, where they're maybe recognizing where they've been sheltered or protected, and they're also recognizing where they can use that to their advantage, because there's nothing wrong with that, right? You know, especially sometimes from the perspective of someone who has dealt with some bullshit. It can be easy to look at someone who apparently hasn't. And the thing is that everyone has and will at some point in their lives. It's just we all handle it differently, and we all have different things that we're dealing with. So it's not even that this person hasn't dealt with some bullshit. I just don't know if they would see it that way, or if they've experienced it the same way, or perhaps they don't feel like they have, and it's something that they're becoming more aware of now as they grow older. I don't know. It's more of like an energy, though, you know what I'm saying? So whatever the semantics of their life are, it's not necessarily, like, I'm not saying like, oh, they haven't been through stuff, but it's kind of like, I feel like you can look at that from the outside sometimes and feel jealous if you are someone who feels like you've been through a lot of heavy stuff, and also just see people from that experience, or like if you perceive someone to have had like a quote unquote easy life, you could almost see them as frivolous and uncaring, or just like not very deep, you know what I mean? And I honestly feel like that is often projection, you know? I think everyone does have depths. They just don't always demonstrate them. But I think also like we all tap into our depths at different moments in our life at different times, right? We're not all privy to each other's depths, because sometimes we are good at hiding them from each other. But also sometimes we're just not aware of them until a certain point. And like, that's very Pippin vibes, you know what I mean? And so I almost feel like perhaps that is something that this person is going through, has gone through in their life, where they've maybe stepped into a level of more depth that has encouraged them to aspire to something that they had not previously aspired to. Interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to move on to the energy between you guys for more information. So we have the tarot card, the Magician. And you got two Hafiz cards, which is not what I intended, but I let it slide. So we have 42, which simplifies to 6, which says, guidance is golden. Now, 42 is a very special number to me. This is not gonna, okay, we're just gonna have to, like, overlap things a little bit. Yeah, let's do it like that. So we have a lot of, gold, yellow. Even like this, it's like a more washed out yellow, but it's yellow as well. Solar plexus chakra could be significant. Then we also have 3 with embrace your magnificence. Okay, well, that goes really well with the magician. Okay. Also, just with the sun here really quick and the 8 of cups over here, in this particular deck, since it has like the lion skin on it, and Leo is associated with like the sun, I'm pretty sure. Also with strength, but like with the sun. And this card also reminds me of the strength card as well. So Leo might be a really important sign or season for you guys. Just pointing that out. I don't point that out all the time, but sometimes it just sticks out to you, you know? Okay, so with the energy between you guys, the magician and guidance is golden and embrace your magnificence. Okay, I just got something quite specific, which is possibly that you two are currently manifesting each other in some way. Like I said, this could be platonic, romantic, whatever it is. Any kind of relationship. I just focused more on like a friendship, romance, or like, I don't know, it could be like a business partnership, all of the above. You know what I mean? Like, relationships are often more complex than the labels that we give them. But the point is, that could be an energy that's happening between these two people, is that whether you know each other or not, like you're manifesting each other. With guidance is golden. It could also be that you're working together to manifest things into your life, and you're both encouraging one another and giving each other guidance. It could also be, since there's 2 cards here, the person, this Dick Grayson sun person, could be in the more guidance position, or the more guidance, like, like, the one guiding this person over here, Pippin, to embrace their magnificence and to step into their true power, right? So it could be like you're both working towards the same thing, but you're taking different roles towards manifesting that outcome. And one of you is in more of the guiding role. Maybe one of you is older, and the other one is in the role of being guided. And with the embrace your magnificence and I aspire to the great and glorious over here with aspiration, I do feel like, if anything, person B is definitely in this era of like embracing their magnificence. One thing I didn't say before, because with the Pippin vibes, I was getting very like innocence, like carefree kind of spirited energy, like moving from that into a little bit of a more serious position, taking on a bit more responsibility, that kind of thing. There could be elements of insecurity for this person. So whether that's you or the other person, there could be some element of like, oh, you know, I'm just little old me. Like, what could I do? You know, it could not just be, oh, I didn't even know that like there was anything to do that I could be doing or should be doing to change the world or whatever. Like, I feel like for some people, maybe there is some kind of mission they feel called to in terms of helping others in the world, for example. And maybe they're just like, before they were like, what difference could I make? I might as well just not even try and just like live my carefree life, or just try to live my best life for me. And then there might be something that has called them to actually step up and be like, oh wait, actually, like, there's a lot more that I can do than I thought. And maybe they're having trouble seeing their own power. And so this other person is bringing them, is kind of walking them through, guiding them through, embracing that power and really like having faith in themselves. So yeah. And for some people, there could be more emphasis on like the aspect of feeling maybe small, feeling insignificant, just not feeling like they have a lot to offer, and needing to step into that energy in order to bring their aspirations, ground them in the physical realm, and that's what this person's helping them with. For other people, it might just be like, a little bit there might be fewer insecurities, but rather just more unawareness that they're unmasking now, and they're like, and this person is helping them like take things more seriously, step up, move into a new phase of life, and get where they want to go. It'll depend for each of you how that resonates, but yeah. And like there could be something where like this person A is a bit older than person B. It could be like almost like a teacher-student kind of thing, but it could also just be like you're the same age, you just have different experiences, and right now person A's experiences are helping to guide person B into like some kind of deeper understanding, I almost feel like, of the world, if that makes sense. And yeah, and that could be very deliberate on person A's part and person B's part, or it could be more of a subtle energy. It's really going to be up to you to discern. But I think regardless, there's something that's being manifested here, being created here, that it's a common goal that these two people are working towards. And I think these two people are just taking on different roles within this relationship in order to feed into this same goal here. Also with like 4 and 2 combining to be 6, and then 3 over here, it's like 3 is half of 6. So yeah, for a lot of you it could be that person A, whichever one you are, has something that person B needs to bring them up to the next level, and that's really, that's what it really feels like. Okay, yeah cool. Okay, yeah. We're going to move on to the tarot now. The tarot is going to be specifically about what kinds of blessings this relationship is bringing you. So, things that we've already mentioned kind of could have been getting into that in terms of like, especially if you're person B and person A is someone who is helping you on your path to achieve your aspirations or to deepen your understanding of life or something like that, and you feel strongly about that, or if you're person A and like teaching and guiding person B is really giving you a sense of purpose, giving you a place to dispense your wisdom, or like with the opportunity card, you might see this as a great opportunity for both you and this person. Regardless, that could be, already blessings that this relationship is giving both of you. As I will say, this is the first one where I feel like whatever you're receiving from this person could definitely be different than what they're receiving from you. Not to say that's definitely unilaterally the case, but I think in the other groups, I had more of a sense that both people could in many cases be getting the same things out of the relationship as each other, like mirroring in a certain kind of way that was allowing them to get the same exact things out of the relationship mutually, whereas this feels like mutual, but in the semantics being very different for both people. So yeah, my focus for the tarot, getting the blessings for what you're getting, like what blessings you are getting out of this relationship, is to be focused on you, the viewer. So no matter which side you identify more with, I'm planning on the whatever tarot cards come out, I'm planning on having them be focused on you. So, that shouldn't be a problem when we get the cards. But yeah. All right. So let's see. Group 4. What blessings is group 4 receiving from this relationship? Okay. So we've got a couple cards already. We have the Hierophant. Oh, well, yeah, okay. A lot of you are probably person A, but we have the Hanged Man reversed. Okay. And what other blessings? Anything? Okay. Yeah. Okay. We have 7 of Strength, which is 7 of Wands. And the Empress. Ooh, okay. And 2 of Charisma, or 2 of Pentacles. Okay, the Fool on the bottom of the deck. All right, I'm just going to leave that off to the side. But I do feel like with the Fool being on the bottom of the deck, I'm just going to show that. Definitely like some kind of new start or reconnection with childhood here. I don't think this wasn't necessarily part of my focus. This could be a parent-child relationship, or at least could be an adult and a younger person. You know what I mean? For some of you, only take that as if it resonates. But like with the guidance message, I mean, one of you could very literally be a teacher. You know what I'm saying? We have the Hierophant here. So one of the blessings you're getting out of this relationship is definitely teaching in some way. You are teaching, you're getting the opportunity to share your wisdom and teach, like pass on either like traditions or traditional knowledge, or just like your own personal knowledge that you've gathered throughout your life. For a lot of you, you are person A. Even if you identify more with person B, there might be something more subtle in the way that you are teaching the other person something. You know what I mean? Either way, I think you are getting to teach this other person. And regardless of who you are, which person you are, it's almost like an opportunity for you to level up in your teaching and perhaps take your own wisdom and no matter who you are, actually, because I can see it going this way for person A or person B. It's allowing you to step into whether you're doing this now in the act of teaching this other person, or this person is guiding you to become this person, but like you're learning how to become the teacher of your wisdom, whatever that is, of your knowledge, could be very literal. It could be a bit more ethereal, a bit more like spiritual wisdom, spiritual knowledge, emotional intelligence, things like that. But it could also just be like literally you have a mentor, or you are a mentor right now, right? In some field or something like that. Oh, yeah. Okay. With the Hanged Man reversed, so blessing that you're getting out of this, it's okay. So I feel like there's an element of getting unstuck for some of you, perhaps whether you're person A or B, you felt like you haven't had opportunities. Yeah, maybe person A, like that opportunity card came out there, so it's like this is an opportunity that you've taken that is helping you get unstuck. Perhaps you're also, if you are person A, you are the opportunity for person B to get unstuck, and you are helping them do that, and that's something that they're getting out of this as well. I feel like depending on which person you are, it will be different, what blessings you're getting out of this, but like I kind of said, I think this works either way. It's just the semantics are different. It's also almost like for some of you, if you're like say person A and you're working with person B, it's like you might for some of you see helping or guiding person B as an opportunity to give someone else guidance that you wish that you had when you were in their shoes. Because perhaps you have been where they are in some way, and you're seeing this as an opportunity to go back and help a younger version of yourself, or just help someone who's in a similar situation that you were, no matter what your ages are. With the 7 of Wands as well, 7 of Strength right here, I feel like this is the opportunity as well to overcome some kind of challenges that maybe it's like stepping up to the plate almost. And that works for both, that works for both people, because I do feel like, with the Sun card too, like the shedding light or something like that. It's almost like you're lighting the way for someone else. And you're stepping up and taking on that responsibility, taking on that mantle, which you might have previously in the past thought you were unworthy of or shied away from. And I think that's true on whichever person you are. Like we have the Aspiration card over here, with the Eight of Cups. So, I mean, look, I know I said that it felt like there were two very different vibes here, and like it was pretty divided, and we had these two cards. But if you do feel like almost like you resonate with both sides, you could take that as well. Like, I don't know the specific semantics of your relationship, whatever relationship this is, so go with that. Because I am getting some things that feel a little bit like mixed. But yeah, it's almost like you're getting the opportunity, whichever person that you are, it doesn't matter, to step up to the plate in some way, to find your strength, to really flex, to show your stuff, to take on a challenge that you might have previously avoided or felt that you weren't worthy of taking. And then with the Empress here, the Empress is very nurturing, very motherly. If for some of you, like, I wasn't reading for family, but if for some of you this is a parent-child relationship or something related to parenting or related to taking care of children, that, take that. It's like the opportunity to step into that role of caretaker, of mother, of nurturer, whether literally or metaphorically. And that's been something that this is helping you do or will help you do. Maybe, it could be for some people, like, one person is guiding the other person in, like, childcare or something like that. Like, this is how I raise my kids, this is how you can raise, like, something like that, like, some kind of mentorship there. But also just, like, with the Empress, it's a very creative energy. It's a very, very feminine energy, so there could be something here as well about connecting with, like, we definitely had some things here that made me think of connecting with, like, the inner child with the Sun card here, and then with, like, the Eight of Cups, it's almost like a child who's, like, wrapped in a protective mantle. So there is something protective here, and maybe it's on both sides. There's some kind of nurturing energy, protective energy, and perhaps it's a motherly energy in some way, shape, or form. I just feel like that's relevant for some of you, so if it makes sense, I feel like you'll know what that means. But yeah, I feel like there is also, it could also be, obviously creation. You have the Magician between you, so you're creating something. You're creating something with this person. And I haven't really been getting into, like, any romantic vibes here. Of course, if it is a romantic relationship, maybe very literally you are creating a family. So that could be a blessing, is, like, the experience of motherhood, the experience of getting to nurture another being, could be part of that. But it also could just be about, like, you're getting the experience of either literally, like, bringing some kind of life into the world in that way, or, like, of bringing a new life into the world in, like, a more metaphorical way of a project, like a business, a piece of art, something like that you're creating together. And so there's something very creatively stimulating here, I feel like. And then with the Two of Pentacles over here, I just got something that feels almost more like the Justice card, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's like a balancing of the scales. The Two of Pentacles can be very much about balance, about creating balance, about juggling things, and, like, in your physical realm, creating balance there. Maybe for some of you, like, going back to that message I heard before about perhaps one person feeling like helping the other person in this relationship, guiding them, is okay. It could be for both of you. The semantics could just be different, but I feel like for both of you, there's some element of balance here where perhaps, like, one of you guiding the other, you feel like you're balancing the scales of, like you're compensating for some kind of help that you've received in the past. You're passing it on, you're giving it to someone else. And for someone else, like, taking on, like, a certain mantle that they're taking on through this relationship, whatever they're creating here, they feel like they are, in their own way, also paying something forward. Like I said, for person B, there was this feeling of, like, maybe they feel like they've been very protected or very fortunate, very lucky, and they want to extend that fortune, that protection, whatever, to other people. maybe for person A, it's kind of like they... Oh, okay. Like, one thing I didn't mention with Dick Grayson is that he was adopted by Batman after his parents died tragically in similar ways that Batman's parents did. So Batman was kind of like paying forward like his experience, like, because he didn't really have anyone to raise him except for Alfred, who was, you know, we don't want to discount Alfred, but like Dick Grayson like was kind of taken on by Batman in order to sort of help guide a child who was in a similar position to him. Now, Dick Grayson has complicated relationships depending on who you ask and what you read and what you watch with this with Bruce sometimes, because it's kind of like, in some cases you could interpret the relationship as something that was helpful, that he was fortunate to have someone take care of him and guide him in a way so that he doesn't, like, you know, let his inner bitterness eat away at him and turn him into a monster, that kind of thing. Or you could also see it as, well, it's kind of questionable because, you know, Batman kind of turned him into a child soldier. So, like, is he grateful for that? Could he have had a different life? You know? So, different writers like to take different perspectives on that relationship. But going with the idea of a Dick Grayson who's grateful and or who wants to give someone else a better chance, he does, like, end up being a leader of, you know, like, the Teen Titans at one point, other superhero teams. And I do get a sense of, like, he wants to help people. He wants to genuinely connect with people. He wants to be there for people. And so there is that feeling of, like, paying it forward, right, in some way, whether it's coming from a place of paying it forward because he's grateful for the opportunities he's been given in his life, or whether he's paying it forward because he doesn't want anyone else to go through what he had to go through. You know, a little bit of both, maybe. And so I feel like whichever side that you identify more with, there could be elements of that for both people, to be honest, as well. But I feel like that's kind of what this Two of Pentacles is speaking to, is this feeling of of being able to balance the scales, of paying things forward, and feeling like you can give what you've gotten in your life. Like, you have the opportunity to give back in some way. And that's not a message I get often, or maybe I don't even know if I've ever gotten that before with the Two of Pentacles, so it's very interesting that came through. But I do feel like on both sides, a very altruistic sense. Like, someone, whether it's in this relationship or, like, you're creating something that you are sharing with the world, there's an element for both people of wanting to give back, of wanting to share, of wanting to nurture, of wanting to help people. There's something altruistic here. Again, whether it's from one person to the other in this relationship, like between the two of you, or it's out into the world, like you're creating something that is helpful for the rest of the world. Yeah. And that's like a blessing that you're getting out of this relationship, is that it's allowing you to do that, to give back in some way, and to step up to challenges that you maybe never thought you would step up to. And like the Fool was on the bottom of the deck, and that can speak to like innocence, like childhood, and an opportunity to either revisit your childhood and, you know, revisit that sense of innocence that you had as a childhood from a new perspective. And that also could be one thing that, like, person A, for example, with the Sun card is doing, is that they've regained their innocence from childhood, even if they've been through a lot of darkness to get there. And with person B, perhaps there's some of that, like, they're almost maybe losing some of their innocence from childhood and having to walk that path, and learn how to, like the Fool, go out there and experience and contend with the world, from a perspective that hasn't been as tested yet. And like I said, there is a purity of intentions on both sides from both people, regardless of whatever your situations are. There's no, it's almost just like two people coming from different perspectives, but also learning how their experiences are the same, but also learning how everyone kind of goes through some of the same stuff at different times in their life. You know what I mean? And that doesn't make anyone experience better or worse than the other. It just kind of is how it is. And we can all help each other out without judgment and be there for each other with the wisdom that we have, and also respect that we all have different experiences for a reason, and that there's nothing wrong with us for having certain quote-unquote bad experiences. There's also nothing wrong with us for not having certain quote-unquote bad experiences. You know? I feel like there can be a tendency to judge either direction. And it's just not relevant. And like I said, I feel like whatever you're doing here with this person is giving both of you the opportunity to really give back to each other, to the world in some way, no matter what perspective you're coming at it from. It's almost like finding a common goal between the two of you in a way that you might not have expected if you just went based on like surface level, what have our lives been like, very different. It's kind of like you've both come from different perspectives to arrive at the same place, same place of wanting to do something for other people in some way. Okay, so I'm gonna get some angel cards now, some different angel cards, to ask, this one just popped out, how you can open up more to the blessings of this relationship, but also just like in general, whatever wants to come out. So yeah, we'll take whatever popped out already, and let's just take these three. Mystique on the bottom of the deck though. Keep charging ahead, don't take no for an answer, expect miraculous solutions to appear. Since it's on the bottom of the deck, I'm not going to read for that from the booklet, but she came out in like at least two other groups. So first one that popped out is Chantal with new romance is imminent, either with a newcomer or through reignited passion in your existing relationship. Be open to giving and receiving love. So this could be quite literal and could be about this relationship, or if this is not a romantic relationship, it could just be like a message that's coming through. Like, for some of you, maybe that is something that you're manifesting in your life. Maybe this person is guiding you towards, but it could also be like between you. And it could be very literal if you're already in a romantic relationship with this person. Perhaps there's a new reigniting of a spark here. But also, perhaps for some of you, this is a future person, and opening up to new romance is going to help you bring this in. We have Aurora. You are flying high right now, which may threaten others, but don't descend because others will soon become inspired by your example. Yeah, aspirations. Ooh, yeah. So I feel like there has been inspiration. Like, one of you, like person B, might be aspiring to be person A in some way, but also I think both of you manifesting whatever you are in this relationship, it might be threatening to some other people, but it's also like exactly what it's going to have, the intended effect, right? And so you have to be okay with flying high, right? And not worrying about, are people being threatened by this, whatnot. It's like, you know, you are living the example that you want. You're living the life that you want other people to live in the world in some way. We have Layla. Spend time alone in nature, meditating about your desires and intentions. Ask the angels to help you gain a positive perspective. I think this also came out in another group, but I forget which one. Yeah, we're going to leave it at the 3. Okay, so let's read from the booklet for Chantal first. Where are you, Chantal? There you are. Okay. So, new romance is imminent, either with a newcomer or through reignited passion in your existing relationship. Be open to giving and receiving love. This also doesn't have to be specifically romantic as well, if you want to just think of it as love in like the most general sense. But for some of you, that's very literal, so take it as it resonates. You have been hungering for more romance and passion, and your prayer is answered. I am a romance angel, and I am here to help you. New love is on its way to you, and you can open the door to this romance by opening your heart. The more you welcome new love with open arms, the more romance will come your way. This also means that you must express yourself romantically toward your partner. Be candid about your feelings and intentions. Be playful, like we angels are. And most of all, be openly loving with your partner as a way of encouraging the flow of romance to return to you. I will give you guidance along the way, and it may involve actions that seem unrelated to romantic love. So for some of you, this might not be a romantic relationship, but something here will help you in your romantic life, right? Like something that you're creating or something that you're doing here. Yeah. For others of you, if this is a romantic relationship or sounds like something that like makes sense to you for a romantic relationship, then you can take that. But I get the sense that there are people who will have very different situations all come into this group, so I want to cover all my bases. Yet you will know that it is me who encourages you to join a gym, to enroll in an evening class, or meet a new friend, for example. Yeah, okay. My trademark characteristic is that I create a very strong feeling in your heart, and then I surround it with warmth, like I'm giving you a big hug. The more that you follow my guidance, the faster the romance will be delivered to you. Yeah. So, like I said, multiple different options for what exactly that means. Take it as it resonates. I'm sure it makes sense to you in some way. But let's move on to Aurora. You are flying high right now, which may threaten others, but don't descend because others will soon become inspired by your example. Yes. Your intentions have created an upward trend in your life. New opportunities are coming your way. New opportunities are coming your way, and your inner and outer self radiates this positive growth. You may worry that others will be jealous of your current and forthcoming success, so you will be sensitive about discussing your achievements. You may also worry about the future, about where your new path is taking you. You may wish for a guarantee of future success. I am here to help you enjoy the present and the process of your new venture. Trust that each moment is taking care of itself. God has always taken care of you, and He always will. Ask me to help you stay focused on the now and to let go of the worry habit so that you can enjoy these gifts. Gratitude is essential right now to keep your flight at a high altitude. Yeah, so for a lot of you, it's just like, for some of you, if this is something that is a relationship that has not come into your life yet, or it's like just starting out, maybe you're just starting to mentor this person, you just met this person, if it's not a mentorship kind of situation, or vice versa, right? And you're not sure whether to take the opportunity, you're not sure if you're ready to step up to the plate, or you're, hesitating because of some kind of like fear of success sort of thing. It's like, obviously, this is saying, go for it, you're up for it, do it. Whatever you're creating here, whether it's like through mentoring another person or being mentored, or through creating something with someone, where you're on an equal footing, but maybe like someone has more knowledge than you, and you're both creating something together. It's like, you're up for this challenge. You're up for this. And not only are you up for it, but whatever you're creating, it's important for other people to witness it and experience it, and to not worry about threatening others, because it doesn't even matter, right? It's more important that you're doing what you're doing. And of course, staying present in the process as well. And just enjoying the process. And through enjoying the process, you're not as worried about what other people are thinking or saying about you, right? You're just kind of doing you because it's truly what you want to do. It doesn't really matter what anyone else has to say about it. We also have Layla. So let's take a look at what Layla has to say here. Layla. Spend time alone in nature, meditating about your desires and intentions. Ask the angels to help you gain a positive perspective. Your life has been noisy lately, and you need to escape into a place of natural tranquility. So perhaps some of the noise is other people's voices around you that are just not necessarily supportive or helpful. It is time for you to be alone in nature, even if it is for just a brief while. You don't need others' permission to take care of your soul in this way. Simply plan your sojourn and then follow through on those plans. Once you are alone in nature, allow your mind to wander wherever it wants to go. Notice your thoughts and feelings and perhaps write them down. After a time, speak aloud or silently to create the nature angels. Speak aloud or silently to the nature angels that surround you. Ask them to clear your body and aura of any stress that you may have absorbed Then meditate and pray about your desires and intentions. Prayers are amplified by the power of nature, and you will feel very refreshed when you return home. For some of you, this is really just about getting out and spending time alone. Maybe for some of you, it's also about getting like your daily sunlight. And obviously do that safely. But, you know, like if you can get outside or just even get away from other voices, the noise, the social media, whatever. One thing that you can do, depending on like, obviously like everyone has a different schedule. For me, I find that even if I have enough time to implement a new self-care habit into my daily life, it can be overwhelming if I try to do too much at once. So just like, for me, like I make sure that I do like 10 minutes of yoga a day. And that is enough, because if I know that I only have to do the 10 minutes, I'm more likely to just actually do it. Even if I have less time, even if I don't feel that great, I'm more likely to at least do it, as opposed to committing to like an hour of yoga every day, where I just might like lose it after 10 minutes and just, you know, not want to do it anymore, or just like not do it at all because it's just too much. So like for you guys, if you need to start getting outside more, start being by yourself more, start disconnecting more, you know, setting aside 10 minutes a day to do that, or 5 minutes or even less, like whatever it is, to just intentionally do that might be a good way for you to do that more regularly if it's just not a huge chunk of time, for example. So for those of you who resonate with that, take that advice. But yeah, I think in general, you know, whatever you're doing or creating here with this person or whoever you're bringing in here, you know, there might be some naysaying voices, whether they are directly speaking to you in your life, or they are even just like, you know, you're taking in stuff from social media and there's a lot of like naysaying in general, or just negative attitudes, or advice that doesn't resonate, you know, it could be that kind of thing too. And so you're just needing to disconnect from that and not pay attention to that and be more present in your vision, right? Because whichever person that you are, whether you're like taking the opportunity or you're like aspiring to something that you feel like you are just, you know, a new journey that you're starting, a new goal that you are, and for some of you too, like I didn't say this earlier, but if you are person B, or if your person is person B, it's perhaps true that you've walked away from something old in order to take on this new aspiration, and so you're kind of a beginner in this space, and you might be sensitive to, or they might be sensitive to, some of the negativity around starting something new, right? You know, if you feel vulnerable and like you don't know what you're doing yet, it can hurt a little bit more when anyone expresses some kind of doubt, or you see a negative take on getting started in a certain field or things like that. So like, it's just like disconnecting from those things and not letting them get in the way of what your true passion and goal is, whatever you're creating with this person, you know, that will really help you bring in and focus on the blessings that are really present here for you. Yeah, so, and just because, again, we had this Mystique card like multiple times, and this was on the bottom of the deck. It's like, keep charging ahead and don't take no for an answer. Expect miraculous solutions. So like, keep charging ahead. That's just like, just keep swimming. Whatever you're doing, whichever person you are, keep going. You have got this, and you are the right person for this relationship, task, project, whatever you're aspiring towards, whatever opportunity that you're looking to take, you are most certainly in the right place. So yeah, that's all I have for you. So I hope you have a lovely day. Please like, comment, or subscribe. Also, if you're interested in any of our services, from tarot to hypnosis to human design, please check out the link in the description, sunflowerphilosophy.com. And otherwise, I hope that, like I said, you have a lovely day, and I will see you in another reading again sometime very soon. Bye!